Nani Putra from Sector 32 SD College, who takes all this aim to organize this event. Our Vice Chancellor, Dr. Rajkumar, was to inaugurate this session, but I just received a message around 15 minutes before from him that he is leaving for some important task, so he will join us at 11 o'clock. So till he joins, we will start this webinar, and I request Sukhi sir to please inaugurate formally this session and tell the audience about the theme of this webinar and introduce the speakers to us. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much.
May I request Dr. Bansal to please tell us something about the Academy. Dr. Bansal had been a founder of this Punjab Academy of Sciences. There was a session of Indian Science Congress Association in 1996 at Patiala. And at that time, Dr. Bansal was the secretary of the General Local Secretary of the Indian Science Congress Association. And it was a well-organized session under the stewardship of the Vice Chancellor, the then Vice Chancellor. And this academy had been working very actively for the propagation of science in various ways, recognizing the elder scientists, the young scientists, and also popularizing in various ways. We have been organizing the session, 3-day session every year, 7 to 9 February. But this year, due to COVID, we could not do that. And that we thought of organizing this webinar because Dr. Bansal is a very close friend, very eminent person, and I mean, is the best of the human being I have seen during my life. So, Dr. Bansal, please tell us about something about your academy.
Okay, let me first of all welcome you all, the speakers and the listeners, on behalf of the Punjab Academy of Sciences, participating in most relevant topic, broadly science and technology for the welfare of the society. Is most relevant topic as suggested by Professor Soti and accepted by Academy. As founder of the Academy, I would like you to become familiar with its foundation and activities. Academy was founded, as Dr. Soti has said, in 1996 with five life members, as required by the Society of Punjab Academy Administration. Now membership stands at 1,586, with lots of annual members enrolled every year. Academy was founded with the following aims: to foster linkage among scientists, technologists, industrialists and environmentalists of Punjab for a closer cooperation for sustainable development of Punjab. Number 2, to have a critical appraisal of scientific and technological requirements of Punjab with reference to academic and applied aspects of science. Number 3, to assess areas and fields which need emphasis with respect to research, to formulate prospective plans and to decide fields of basic and applied science, keeping in view priorities so as to strengthen socio-economic base of state. Number 5, to work out strategies for sustainable use of our natural resources and maintenance of environment. To achieve these objectives, Punjab Academy of Science holds every year annual Congress from 7 to 9 February, as Dr. Soti has told, February, and it is being hosted by different academic institutions, including colleges, universities of the state. Now, I am glad to announce that 2022 will be celebrated as a silver jubilee session of the academy. On average, 500 scientists meet and present their research papers in 5 scientific sessions. to encourage disciplines of science which include a medal and 7,500 cash award. A student who has stood first in matriculation examination conducted by Punjab State Examination Board is also awarded cash award of 5,100. Young science teachers of colleges are made contribution in pharmaceutical science are also recognized with cash award. A scientist who has presented his science paper in Punjabi language is also similarly awarded. Punjab Academy has a of awarding fellowship to a young scientist who wants to go for eminent personalities from Punjab who have made significant contribution to scientific and technological knowledge are honored by Academy and elects them as honorary fellows of the Academy known as FPES and awarded medals and citations. Academy also publishes a research journal twice a year of international standard. Academy also engages itself in the activities throughout the year round, like holding Children's Science Congress, Science Quiz Contest, Scientific Art Contest, one-day seminar, panel submission contest on specific theme, holding special lectures by eminent scientists, and many such other activities. Lastly, to our knowledge on these speakers. I wish you good luck for life for these things. Thank you very much.
सर आपका माइक ऑफ है सोती सर आपका माइक ऑफ सोती सर आपका माइक ऑफ है प्लीज ऑन कर लीजिए
Friends, our Vice Chancellor will join at about 11 o'clock, and by now we will start our program. I request Engineer Upgradation Sharma ji, who is an engineer by profession, but very interested in education, and he has revolutionized the GGDST College Chandigarh, and he is a chairman of the organization. Under his stewardship, the institute has become an institute of eminence and has got recognition by B.Voc, UGC, CSIR, and all the organizations, and a lot of funding has come to that very institute, and is one of the pioneer institute in the city Chandigarh. May I request Shri Upgradation ji to give his remarks.
Good morning, everybody. Dr. I.J. Bansal, Dr. Sopti, other distinguished scientists on the panel of today's webinar. GGDST College is honored to be associated with this webinar, and we welcome all the delegates who have joined as today in this session on the contribution and expectation for emerging technology for the welfare of society in the contemporary times. Dr. Sopti has introduced GGDST College, which is one of the premier institute of Northern India. We were very well known for our commerce stream, and still that is our flagship stream. But nevertheless, over a period of time, we have developed our sciences to a large extent that Punjab University has recognized us by allocating us research centers for biotechnology, physics, chemistry, and commerce. There's a great impact of technological intervention on the individual, people, communities, and the environment globally. We have witnessed that industrial revolution of the West brought a great progress for the communities and industry and in overall for the society. Even in India, we have witnessed that green revolution followed by white revolution and IT development in India, which became the supply hub of software to all of the world. It was possible only because whatever we were able to do in the field of research in science and technology. We have recently seen that in the last year, when COVID attacked the world, our scientists have been dealing with the COVID-19 pandemic very well. It has helped us to find innovative solutions to limit the spread of the virus and presented affordable diagnostic strategies. And there has been a good contribution by the scientific society, our scientists, in developing the vaccine, and which has given great praise for our scientists in the world. Having said that, we need to also understand that we are way behind the front-runner countries like America, China, where we find that we are still to catch up with them. There is a need for more research, more funding for the research at the national level, so that we are in the position to fill the gap which prevails as of today. I trust and wish that today's deliberations will throw light on this and give a roadmap to our scientists for further improvement and development. Thank you very much. I wish very success for this seminar.
सर माइक ऑफ है आपका.
Mic.
Dr. Engineer Upgradation ji, honorable guest, Dr. Krishnalal ji, Dr. Padmanabhan ji, Dr. Dekar ji, Dr. Vinod Paul ji, I am not saying he will join soon, Dr. Jagannathan, Dr. Bansal, Amrit Singh Aluwalia, Dr. Batra, welcome to this very webinar. I am really thankful to you for agreeing to be a part of this very webinar. You know that the prosperity and well-being of modern society is directly related to the technological developments. In other words, our needs ranging from food to health to clothing, with almost every requirement are technology driven. Closer views of human development can be related to evolution of technology from ancient to present times. It will not be an exaggeration if one says that technology involving biological know-how is now playing a major role in the development of human being as such of the globe. Now, recent advancements in the area of biotechnology, nanotechnology, molecular biology have paved the way towards the development of what we call tailor-made technologies. This has a strong impact on the environment, medicine, agriculture, food, and other diverse industrial areas, and the application goes as far as imagination, what we call artificial intelligence and others. And more trends are being seen in the area of cancer cure to growing organs from regenerating a brand new liver to growing organoid kidneys. Personalized treatment and exosomes-based immunotherapy are being tested and would impact the treatment regime like never. Other technologies like that of CRISPR-Cas have given immense power to the genome editing technology. Now, development of bionic organisms helps in decreasing pollution and making the environment healthier and safer. The field of biotechnology, or biomedical sciences will say as such, is developing at a very fast pace, and it is important for scientists to closely follow the recent trends in biotechnological innovations and developments so as to keep pace and be updated about the advancements in the field. And that with that action, we have organized this very webinar, wherein we have eminent scientists who have contributed not to the Indian science, but to the global science in Dr. Krishnlalji, Dr. Padmanabhanji, Dr. Dekaji, Vinod Paulji, Dr. Jagannathji. And I welcome you all. And we now start with the keynote address by our eminent Dr. Krishnlalji, who is the president of the Association of Academics and Societies of Sciences in Asia. And his research specialization is a solid state physics, material characterization, crystal growth, and lattice imperfections, high resolution X-ray diffraction, instrumentation, quality management, and certified reference materials and data for materials. Dr. Krishnlal has made immense contribution in the research, development, coordination, and collaboration as a president of the Indian National Science Academy, in other organizations, as well as is the parent institute, and now he's making a lot of contributions in the Association of Academics and Societies of Sciences in Asia. Dr. Krishnlal is honored with all the fellowships of all the academies, national, international, and he is an honorary doctorate from various institutes of India, but from abroad also, to name National Academy of Sciences and other organizations. He is an honorary professor, Indian Institute of Technology now, Kanpur, honorary professor like the University of Delhi, visiting professor Punjab University, he was IBM India Fellow at Watson Research, and so on. And he's a lot of publications. One of the best thing is he's a combination of science and spirituality. His personality is so great that everybody is pleased by having interaction with him, and I'm extremely obliged to him for giving consent to interact with the students, faculty, and members of the Punjab Academy of Sciences and Chandigarh Forum for Science, Technology, Communication. Because Chandigarh has many institutes, but the science has not reached at a grassroots level. So we have started a collaborative program wherein we will join and take the science to the deep rural areas in and around Chandigarh, and will make it a national venture. So with these words, I welcome you all and request Dr. Krishnlalji to please interact with us. Dr. Krishan Lalji. Please switch off your mobiles, please.
Hello.
तो प्लीज आवाजें बंद कर दीजिए. प्लीज प्लीज. Yes, sir.
जी.
Yeah.
Am I connected now?
Sir, we are able to hear you. Are you going to share your slides?
No, I have no slides and नहीं, मुझे ये पता नहीं लग रहा ना कि because I don't see myself, so that is why I am little confused. वो पहले अपनी ही फोटो नहीं नजर आ रही तो दूसरों को क्या मैं बताऊंगा?
We are able to hear you.
Are you able to hear me?
Yes, sir. We are able to see you and hear you.
Okay, then I go ahead. Chalo, this is also an experience. So it's always a pleasure to be associated with scientific institutions, university and academy in Punjab. Most people may know or not know, I was born in undivided India, in undivided Punjab, and we had to migrate from Chiniot, which is now part of Pakistan. And once or twice, the Pakistani Academy was very excited when I visited and made a lecture 2-3 places. But that's a separate issue. I also had the pleasure and privilege to participate in one session of Punjab Academy of Sciences. And of course, Chandigarh University wanted me to be a visiting professor. One major correction I would like to make, Professor Sopti. My term as president of ASA had expired 3-4 years ago, but you should know that I am co-chairman of all the academies of sciences, 110 academies of sciences in the world. And I am co-chair since 1960. It is my second term. It will go up to 2022.
My apologies, sir.
हाँ, मैं थोड़ा सा मुझे confusion हो गया. मैंने कहा भाई पता नहीं लगा आप लोगों को. And at this time, we are very concerned about the global issue, particularly for COVID. बल्कि मैं थोड़ा सा एक recent article, आप चूँकि यहाँ ये आपका बना वैसा है, अगर पता नहीं आपको दिख रहा है कि नहीं, ये IAP की तरफ से अभी recently the European Union had an interview, and in this, two of the co-chairmen, myself and Peggy, we gave a very detailed interview as to how IAP is taking part in issues which are of global interest. Now, coming to the general few words about the inter-academy partnership, it's a great inspiration for all of us that initially only 13 academies of sciences, they decided, including Indian and Chinese Academy of Sciences, they decided to make a statement on population growth. And this made an impact. Now we had at that time the International Council for Science Union, ICSU, which is now ISC, Indian Science Council, International Science Council. They were not that active and that enthusiastic about tackling global problems. So since this was on population, the Italian government and many governments took great note of it, and the Italian government proposed if you academies form a organization, they will provide support for this, and they were very wise. The chief of that time, their prime minister or president, he get their parliament pass a resolution that they will provide 1 million euros every year to this organization. So we have a secretariat in Trieste where I often go, but not now because of the COVID. And this organization now is concerned with also not only the scientific issues, it is concerned with also the educational issues. And besides this, there is many of you may know, there is a World Science Forum. I'm also associated as a member of their steering committee. They are also, whatever is important globally is deliberated upon, and some kind of recommendations are given there. Now, this is quite exciting in many ways, because when this COVID thing came, we formed an expert group. We also from India, one lady, very eminent lady, Professor Kang, is a member and quite active in this. Additionally, I must mention that we have the Global Young Academy. In fact, our academy, this IAP, encouraged to form the Global Young Academy, where only young scientists are there. And India also has a young academy now. INSA is trying to help, and this is a very positive development in this. And from our side, this we have great experts in India on COVID and other medical issues, and I'm very glad that Professor Deka had accepted to be here, then Professor Paul and Professor Padmanabhan, Jagannathan, all great experts on medical area joined these deliberations. Now, on the part of IAP, we had many deliberations, particularly also on a more organizational level. IAP is now connected quite seriously with WHO and one of the UN committees which want scientific input from bodies like IAP, ISC. We do this. Additionally, of course, we are quite active in education. And I may mention, because very recently we had a new education policy. Even I have been invited to give a paper I will finalize within this week or so. And this one very remarkable thing is that in the European region, for example, in the Mediterranean region, both in African, on the periphery of Mediterranean, in the south, the African region, in the north, France, Italy, and these European countries, they formed a group how to improve education in their system, and somehow, I don't know how, but they made me chairman of the steering committee. Right now it is a little bit subdued, but till last year it was quite active, and we can also get very good input. Similarly, IAP had this big committee, and the evidence-based learning, particularly in Australia, they made a very remarkable contribution in this. Coming to COVID, as a physicist, as a crystallographer, one of the things which is very amazing about this molecule, which is a protein which structure is not very stable, but it has amazing quality. It connects with the fat. Anywhere it finds a fat, it covers itself. And because of this, when it attacks human body or other living being, it will make them not flexible but become rigid. So people find difficult to breathe, or also the lungs are affected, the windpipe is affected. But scientifically, it is quite interesting which part of the molecule is very active and how to immobilize this thing. So these are some of the challenges. There are a lot of deliberations going on. We are also in IAP quite often involved in these actions, but this is not a easy solution. And also in between, there was also the question whether initially, for example, when it came to Italy, we had scheduled a meeting in April in Rome, and we had to cancel all those things, postpone them for future, because the Italians themselves were very confused about the nature of the infection. Now, people in top institutes in US, in Europe, also in India, as I mentioned, one or two, but I know many people are very deeply involved and they have now very good contribution. But IAB feels very proud that we have also involved the Global Young Academy, and in our next General Assembly, we will propose that they should become part of our executive committee so that the young people have a permanent way of say in the affairs of this thing. In this one mention I may make that now we, from time to time, those of you who are interested can look at the website of Inter-Academy Partnership. IAP is now Inter-Academy Partnership. And what they did was, because we had a medical component, a academy with medical sciences, i.e. MP, we had also a academy, Inter-Academy Council for more policy-related issue. Professor Govardhan Mehta from India had served as one of the co-chairs, and still he is very active. We interact from time to time. And in this case, they had the ICC report on atmospheric change. They had reviewed this thing on behalf of IAC. And later, all these three bodies joined together. For example, IAP represents 109 science academies in the world, which is increasing because in Africa, the number of science academies is increasing. And I have one duty as a chair of the membership committee to encourage people to do this. One challenge I would like to mention, maybe some of you can think deeply about it. Within Asia, I have been president of the Asian Association of Academies. If you see in Asia, there are some regions where there is hardly any academy, particularly in the Arabian Peninsula, Middle East, there is hardly any academy. In fact, as president of INSA, I made an attempt to have the South Asian academies having a summit. 3 times they had a summit in which we invited not only Pakistan, Sri Lanka, Bangladesh, Afghanistan, and even Iran. The most surprising for us was the Afghanistan Academy people also came, and Nepal, from time to time, they still invite me and so on. But if you go to whole Arabian area, then there is hardly anybody. Also, many of us do not know the challenges faced by people in this area. For example, I don't know whether people are aware, if you look at the Aral Sea and the country around it, they have a major challenge of, it is partly man-made, partly natural, that the sea is shrinking at a very big speed. So because of that, their agricultural production is coming out. They were very good in producing cotton, which they still are, but they produced many potatoes in large quantities, and now they are having this great problem. In fact, I may mention IAP produced a very good report on food, agriculture, and sustainability. This, I was chairing the Asian part, and this is 4 volume and also a global volume. Food, nutrition, and agriculture. And this has been received very well. The German government gave us 1 million euros to run this program, and documents have come. This is also available on website. And then we pointed out the big shortcomings in this area. So overall, now, for example, the two separate bodies, ICSU has become International Council of Science with Association of Social Sciences. So now social sciences, natural sciences put together became ICSU. We are more into science, promotion of science, its application, and lot of it to do with education. Lot of it is do with education. So this is the broad overview in which we are working. We try to do our bit. And right now, there is money also involved to improve things in Africa. But before I conclude, I must say, when political systems become distorted, which is happening now in South America, their academies are not in a good shape. Though we have, as I said, IAP also has regional, 4 regional networks, which Professor Sopti was mentioning. I was chairman of the Asian part, ASA. But now we have similarly for Africa and Americas and Europe. The Americas are right now in great trouble because the South Americans academies are finding it very hard to survive and do activities. Of course, US and Canada, wherever possible, they try to help. And I don't know how COVID will subside now, which it is doing, but our next General Assembly is supposed to be in Americas, and most probably it will be held in Canada. Canada is lesser affected by these things. But the challenges in science, the challenges where science and society is concerned, and the challenges in overall impact on our humanity, when we often say we have 30,000 top academicians of the world joined with this. So therefore, we hope that through our reports, most of it is available on IEP website. And I will encourage particularly younger people who are very keen to see, they can see many, many reports and many communiques where even I am a signatory. And all this is available in the open. So I thank you, Professor Punjab Academy of Sciences, Professor Sopti, and other friends. I once attended a meeting in Jalandhar. This is my second meeting with this academy, and I'm very, very pleased to be here. And I thank you and wish you great success for all the deliberation. I was personally thank Professor Deka, Professor Jagannathan, who accepted this invitation, and Professor Paul, because I was hoping that their association will make a great difference to the quality of your deliberations. Thank you very much. आपका मोबाइल नहीं चल रहा है.
Thank you, Dr. Saab, for giving us overview of how the academies are working. First of all, let me apologize for the mistake I committed in talking I had it from internet and did it. Sorry, Dr. but you have given a complete overview of how the academies are performing and what are the challenges for the society and how the science can help in this way and with this where the academies are working very nice, where they are not working, and you are also talking with African and other South Americans. Definitely, because it's a global village and the science has to be worked in coherence with each other, each country, and that's what we were expecting the COVID-19, and that's why people are not talking India as a pharmacy of the globe for the vaccine, and even the drug, the chloroquine, which was sent to America, because that's why India is known as a pharmacy of and Indian science has a lot of potential. Thank you very much, Dr. for applying, and also thank you very much for getting Dr. Deka, Dr. Padmanabhan, Dr. Jagannathan, and Dr. Paul, because it's on your instigation that they agreed to be a part of this webinar, and because all of them are so busy, and Dr. Paul, because in the Niti Yoga, is extremely occupied in his profession nowadays. Thank you very much, Dr. for helping me in organizing this webinar. But for you, it would not have been possible for me to do that. And Dr. Chandika Saha also wanted to join us, but she had some other program. Today, she could not do that one. Thank you very much, Dr. Now we have, friends, next speaker, Dr. Vinod K. Paul, a pediatrician by training, was in the faculty of Department of Pediatrics, All India Institute of Medical Sciences, New Delhi, since 1985, and served as the head of the department for nearly a decade. He is a globally recognized medical scientist and public health exponent. Government of India appointed Dr. Paul as a member of the National Institute for Transforming India, the Niti Aayog, in August 2017, where he leads the health, nutrition, and HRD verticals. He has played a pivotal role in formulating the Ayushman Bharat PMJ and Ayushman Bharat Health and Wellness Center scheme and Poshan Abhiyan. Professor Paul also served as the chairman of the Board of Governors in supersession of the Medical Council of India for 2 years from 2018 to 2020. The tenure was recognized for a record increase in undergraduate and postgraduate medical seats and introduction of telemedicine guidelines, a district residency scheme, and a plethora of other reforms. Dr. Paul is a part of the core team of the Union Government for COVID-19 pandemic response, and that means most of the credit goes to you also, sir, for containing the COVID-19 at a record time in India. He chairs the Empowered Group on Medical Infrastructure and COVID Management Plan, as well as the National Expert Group on Vaccine Administration for COVID-19. Professor Paul is a fellow of all the academies of India and a recipient of the Dr. B.R. Ambedkar Sanitary Award for Excellence in Biomedical Research and the Public Health Champion Award. He was conferred with the prestigious Isang Dr. Nasif Family Health Foundation Prize by WHO at the 2018 World Health Assembly. Dr. I am obliged to you for agreeing to be part of this very webinar. I know you are very busy, and especially when vaccination is going on, and you have been able to get a record vaccine. India is at the top at the moment at the number of vaccinations which have been done during the last 14, 15 days. So, sir, I welcome you, and please interact with the participants of this webinar.
Thank you very much. Let me just set up the slides, and then want to make sure that those are visible, and then we will move on. And thank you so much for the opportunity. Just one moment.
Slide share करा दो भैया.
हो रहा है मेरे पास है. It's being done. Just a minute. Huh? Are my slides visible?
Yes, sir. So you can put it on the slideshow.
I'm going to slideshow. Is that visible? Can you confirm it's visible?
Yeah, they are visible.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Good morning. Namaste. Respected Professor Rajkumar, Vice Chancellor, Punjab University. Respected Professor IGS Bansalji, Founder President of Academy. Dr. Sharma, my very dear colleague and friend, Professor R.C. Sopti ji. Thank you so much for being in touch with me so intensely and so affectionately. And most revered Dr. Krishan Lalji, my co-speakers, Dr. Padmanabhanji, Dr. Dekaji, my boss, my friend, philosopher and guide, and my very dear friend, Dr. Jagannathanji, and distinguished colleagues, students, friends, teachers, and stakeholders around this webinar today. Thank you so much for the great opportunity. I have a special affection and affinity for Chandigarh. I did my college in DAV Chandigarh. I lived on the Ramakrishna Mission hostel premises, was always looking forward to work in PGI, which I could not make it. So I landed up somewhere else. But that's another story for some other day. But I salute the science in Chandigarh, academia in Chandigarh, the great contribution that this great Tri-City is making in science, in education, discovery, and thought processes being taken forward. And one such example is what is being carried out by yourselves through your organizations that are represented today. If the science and academia as well as industry in our fight against COVID-19. We always knew from the beginning, and we apprised the Honorable Prime Minister that it is the science that will win the war against COVID-19. And he blessed it in every which way and supported the scientific cause, whether it is about setting up laboratories in innovative ways, whether it was building more than 100 Indian diagnostic tests, whether it was forays into making ventilators and PPEs, and above all, the whole journey to develop vaccines in the country. And truly, it is a proud moment where we are in the forefront of vaccine development and vaccine delivery, not only to the people of India, but the world at large. And it is just the beginning. There's so much more to happen. There are, you're aware that there are two candidates that are already being rolled out. One of them is totally indigenous. The other one is manufactured in India. Both are manufactured in India, of course. Both are made in India. We are Atmanirbhar in that sense. The other two, the Sputnik 5 vaccine and the Cadila Zydus, are in the advanced phase 3 studies. Then we have biological E vaccine, which is Indian vaccine, partly supported by the DBT. And we have the Genova mRNA vaccine. And apart from this, we have a nasal vaccine coming up. There are others, at least 10 other candidates are there in our own laboratories as well as in the industry. So today is a day when we all should join together, and as a mark of a great respect to the scientific endeavor of this nation. I'm so proud of our scientific organization and the academia in academic institutions, the universities, and people like the ones who are gathered around this webinar today. It is formidable. It is formidable. The world looks upon us to take lead. And I think in that sense, the science, academia and enterprise has shown that India is different from others, and we have a great future. And the visionary words of Dr. Krishan Lalji in addressing us should goad us to do more work in this regard. So I first and foremost truly salute the scientific fraternity, of which I believe I am also a small part in the clinical sciences arena and public health arena. With these words, I will walk through in a very simple way on how the emerging technologies are changing our world of healthcare. A part of it has been spoken, but I think with the larger audience in mind, I like to just go over it and leave some thoughts for you for further consideration. And I do know, as I said, that Tri-City is a center of gravity in many ways for new thoughts, new discoveries, new paradigm for development and welfare of the society. Now, changing my slides. So I visualize that there are two revolutions that are transforming our world in today's discussion in that context. One is the revolution of bioscience, and the other one is digital. And when they come together, it is an explosive situation. because so many possibilities emerge, immense possibilities emerge. Each one of these revolutions is phenomenal in its own way in human history. But when you combine the two, it is formidable. And the point is, how do we harness them both together for the welfare of people? These names have been spoken. The dimensions of bioscience revolutions encompass the good old genomics, the genetic engineering, the systems of biology. But more recently, a mention should be made for revolutionary technique of gene editing, which is not very old, and already it is changing the world. We are looking at gene editing to treat genetic diseases, impossible to treat in the earlier times. And there are cures already there, for example, for Gaucher disease in a way. Of course, technique use may have been different, but the CRISPR and other techniques will make it so much more possible for us to move in that direction. We may see the elimination of thalassemia. We will see game-changing things happening because of this technique in cancer treatment. And I'm happy to say that even in the COVID era, CRISPR-based technology was brought forth by CSIR IGIB, and it's already, as you know, named as Feluda, and it is already in a way commercialized and being rolled out by the Tatas. So it's a wonderful cutting-edge diagnostic system, perhaps the very first in the world, which the world has appreciated greatly. So this technique is just the beginning of what this technique can do, is what we are witnessing today. It's a very, very far-reaching development. Nanomedicine, the mention was made. Yes, nanomedicine has potential in diagnostics, in therapy, in health, in many different ways. And I think we are just seeing the beginning of what nanomedicine can do. Regenerative medicine, again, the mention was made a short while ago. Yes, stem cells, tissue engineering, this is going to lead to developing tailor-made organs. It's a matter of time, but I think we must catch up in this area of work in our own country. I believe we are still not right there, although there have been some investments and critical investment and costly investments made in pushing the stem cell research in our country. But these are the areas where young and middle-level scientists should really put their might and ensure leadership of this area. Bioengineering is a vast set of opportunities.
We are not able to see your slides. Actually, only the first slide is there.
I'm so sorry, sir. So let me.
I don't know about others. They can actually, because we are seeing only the first slide, title slide. It is not moving forward.
I'm so sorry, sir. Let me just try to share once again, okay, and confirm that.
Maybe you have to go on full screen. I don't know.
I am on full screen, sir.
But we are not seeing full screen.
So let me re-share them, please. I apologize. Unshare. Sorry, just give a moment, please.
No problem, sir. It happens. A couple of days before also it happened to me for a meeting.
It happens particularly when you go to the presentation mode for some reason.
We have problem with Dr. Paul. Google Meet is like that. If you go to meeting on Zoom, it is much better.
We're trying. Are you able to see my slides now?
Yeah, second slides we are seeing. Can you go to the third one?
I'm going to now the presentation mode. Is that visible?
No, we are stuck up with the second one.
Now?
No, it's still on two revolutions are transforming our world.
You can't see bioscience and digital pictures?
No, we are not seeing the third slide.
It is not visible.
All right. So is it now visible? One slide?
Yes, it is a tour. Yes,
Yeah,
now it is visible.
Moving.
Now I'm showing you the change. Does it show the change?
Yeah, you are on
Yes.
bioscience and digital revolution.
So I
Can you
think I'll
move to the
work
next
with
one?
this, because when you go to the presentation mode, there is a problem. So this will do, because I don't have much
Yeah.
stuff on the slide. So apologies. I made a point that there are these two revolutions. I said genomics, genetic engineering, systems biology, and I was talking about the CRISPR and other mechanisms for gene editing. And I said that thalassemia and other genetic disorders, among many other aspects of its usage, these are the two specific areas, and cancer, and highlighted the fact that we came up with Feluda from the CSIR for COVID-19, which was one of the most advanced diagnostic on the world scene, and it's now being rolled out. Nanomedicine made a mention, regenerative medicine made a mention, and I was on bioengineering, where huge advances are possible, have been happening. And after having BIRAC is an institution, a company, non-profit company under the DBT. There has been a fillip to this work, and of course also a school of Indian School of Bioengineering at the All India Institute of Medical Sciences and IIT. So huge potential here. We do believe the time to come, organ transplantation possibilities will reach new heights. There is a potential for having babies who do not have genetic disorders from the very beginning, so to say, and such possibilities are emerging on the scene. A lot of cancer has already become curable, but huge possibilities of cancer becoming increasingly curable in near future is a distinct possibility, a distinct game change emerging on the scene. I like to also mention the potential of bionics. I would again say just the beginning. Bionic limbs, 3D printed prosthetics, exoskeleton technology, and brain-machine interface and deep brain stimulation will lead to cure of many diseases. Then, of course, potential for robotics in healthcare as teammates doing and helping you to do precision surgeries, taking precision decisions is on the anvil. This is right now just a listing. And also, the drones are here for the healthcare cause in terms of reliable medical delivery platforms for laboratory samples, for blood, for drugs, for vaccines. And we are also thinking, if need be, we will use drones to transship vaccine supplies into remote areas, even for the COVID vaccine. Emergency medical equipment can be landed in remote areas in disaster situations. Drones are useful for surveillance of disaster sites, for epidemiological surveillance and tracking disease spread, and also for telemonitoring of health and individual health or public health in remote locations. And someday, perhaps, drones would also transport patients. Of course, one of the most phenomenal development is artificial intelligence, which will percolate every sphere, we know it. Whether it is mobile phones, computers, devices, decision trees, hospital management, data, and so on. And this is just the beginning of that revolution. Big data will pervade epidemiology, behavioral science, environmental research, environmental health, and genomic clinical health, as well as imaging. The promise of ultimate promise in the near future is really precision medicine, to which the reference was made. And this will, of course, combine the advances of bioscience with advances in digital possibilities, digital science, to a totally new height. And that, I think, is the holy grail going forward into the next 1 to 2 decades. I think we need to do more in our country in this regard. We need collaboratives, we need investment, we need people coming together to take forays into precision medicine. And in particular, we should go, and I like to introduce this topic of precision public health. See, often we talk about precision medicine in the context of the care of the individual, combining the data sets, in particular the genetic data set, as well as other determinants of health, and then fine-tuning the treatment. But we must remember that there is another dimension of precision medicine which relates to precision public health. Public health, again, is not unique in every population or every geographic location, and therefore the potential of precision medicine by bringing together bioscience and digital health needs to be also examined in the context of public health, where we are looking at health on scale, but health on scale which is specific to specific cohorts and specific genotypes, for example, specific types of population in terms of their epidemiological characteristics. So this is an area which I hope will find attention, and we would not let the advances in this area go only in the direction of individual health, because public health gives you much greater dividends to the society. We also believe that these technologies will push us more and more in the direction of prevention of disease and ill health. Prevention is a real frontier for humanity. And I'm quoting here Albert Einstein, who said, intellectuals solve problems and geniuses prevent problems. So when we are looking at public health challenges, our ultimate push should also be in the direction of precision, public health, and prevention. I think this is one area when we somehow needs to be uncovered, so to say, because often when we are talking about AI, we are talking about big data, blockchain, precision medicine, we are still thinking about individual patients. At that stage, we are looking at a downstream problem. But I think the source of the problem is positive health of the society, and those tools that are now emerging on the scene should be applied for this area. This is something that I urge that the forum that we are together at today's forum should think about this area and provide leadership. As you know, Niti Aayog has been responsible for national strategy for AI, and therefore I'm going to share with you a couple of examples of how steering is being done in specific areas in the broader context of AI for health. Here is our endeavor to take to services from hospitals and laboratories to people, and we are looking at empowering the frontline workers with technology tools that help them make informed decisions, whether they are in the form of digital assistants, whether they are in the form of tools that monitor, tools that transmit information, tools that provide an opportunity to the health worker to interact and then to monitor and to report. And here is one example of this, which is being pursued by a group supported by Niti Aayog, where weighing babies at birth is as important right as the birth certificate, because a lot depends on the optimality of the weight of the baby at birth. And weighing, so thus far, has been by way of carrying a weighing scale, often quite heavy, and then weighing the babies, and accuracy is always a problem. Here is a possibility that by taking a simple picture of the newborn baby using AI tools, it is possible to predict the weight of the baby. It's something that we are supporting. Similarly, as a healthcare AI catalyst, we are using the piloting of AI-based algorithmic tools to make decisions in the community, and these decisions are being made not by doctors, but are being task shifted to the health workers. Here is another one, which is perhaps known in general public, using screening of the eye for diabetic retinopathy using the AI tools is another project of which PGI colleagues are also a part of this project that we're doing. These are just examples. We are just scratching the potentiality, so to say, and making a very simple, humble beginning. But it tells us the direction in which such tools can be made useful. We also have this project going on where when you sit in this particular chair, it's being done by AIMS. A lot of measurements can be taken, biophysical, biochemical, and other measurements can be taken. They can be transmitted to a hub and the decisions can be made. It's useful in looking at the screening for diseases out in the field. And we are testing this in one of the most remote districts in Bahraich in Uttar Pradesh. Here is machine learning imaging biobank. We are setting up biobanks for cancer and liver disease imaging in the country, creating a hub. We have seen that for imaging, AI imaging research, individual hospitals are trying to do some work. But given the diversity and the availability of data across the country, the idea is, can we all bring them up into a super hub, which is a national super hub, where everybody joins as a national cause, as a national collaborative, and then uses this data, huge amount of data, for finding solutions in a systematic way as a network of collaborators. So by making this as a beginning, the test case is looking at imaging from cancer and Tata Institute, Mumbai, and for liver diseases, the ILBS in Delhi are taking lead in developing the network. It's not about their own institutions. It is about the outreach into several institutions, bringing the data together, use the AI systems to develop the algorithms and find answers. I mean, given the size of data potentially available in India, we could be leading this, but we cannot lead the world if we are only doing these exercises and these endeavors at single institutions of our own. So we need to become a power in this, and this is an attempt in that direction. We do believe that with time, people will have less need to come to hospitals. This is for sure. This is going to happen. I hope we will not lose a human touch, and I'll touch on that later. But certainly, hospitals hopefully will become less important. There is clear possibility of accessing information remotely, teleconsultation, digital data exchange, AI tools, paperless hospitals, digitized hospitals, huge revolution waiting to happen. Robots helping in general care and in clinical chores, humans wearing chips. So this is the future, but I think important for us not to be left behind in terms of our work. Here is a use of blockchain for tracking pharma supplies, and again, an initiative of Niti Aayog. This is just the very beginning of how to use blockchain in the healthcare systems. And just an example, tracking the supply and ensuring the purity of the supplies of pharmaceuticals, or for that matter, vaccines across the supply system. Like toward the end to mention the revolution that has now is in the making is the telemedicine revolution. I'm pleased to share here that the Board of Governors was working on providing a legal ethical framework to telemedicine practice. And it so happened that when the lockdown was announced, these guidelines were ready. They were ready, and they were notified within a day of the lockdown, and of course subsequently gazetted. So today we have ethical and legal framework to practice telemedicine based on trust between the patient and the doctor. That is the foundation of telemedicine as we view it as Niti Aayog, and we view it as the medical fraternity and academic fraternity. We do not view this as a totally commercial activity. We believe telemedicine in the country has to be built on trust and understanding and the values that pervade the doctor-patient relationship. And this is the framework which helped us take telemedicine to scale without fear, because there were observations by a particular high court which said telemedicine is illegal, it cannot be done. And this is the framework which is now helpful, and this has unleashed in a way a lot of telemedicine consultations in millions and millions of consultations have happened between doctors and patients. E-Sanjeevani has come up. Some of the startups have come up with telemedicine. So I think this beginning has been made. The frameworks can be improved with time, but there is no going back. Telemedicine today is a way of life, and it is again just the beginning. And the bigger framework that's available to us today is the National Digital Health Mission, announced and being implemented since the 15th of August 2020. You know that there are 4 facets to it. One is an individual health ID. All of us will have an individual health Aadhaar. We will have access to doctors through digital system. We will have health facility lineup available. So DigiDoctor is the listing of the doctors, individual doctors with their qualifications and everything. Health facility register provides the location of the facilities and what they do. Then health records, electronic health records is the other building block of NDHM. And this is again a very start. Tomorrow there will be electronic medical records pervading the entire public and the private health system. And so these are the individual records as well as the electronic medical record, the 2 facets. The health records are individual records of the patient on which you have the control. And then there are hospital-based electronic medical records which are reposed in the hospital the way we do with our case sheets today. Again, just the very beginning, and again a revolution waiting to happen. But the point that I raise in the end is, while we do all this, while we have these advances, both in bioscience and digital sciences, and together they work for humanity, would we lose human touch in healthcare? That's something which I think thinkers like yourselves should apply your mind to, because we have a dilemma here. The dilemma is to ensure reach and to take care of equity. We want these technologies to reach people, whether it is cancer cure or nanoparticle-based, therapeutic or a diagnostic or a drone-based delivery, or for that matter, vaccines. You know that there is a debate. People are asking why vaccine is not available in the private sector. They can't. Rich people are loath, and they're very concerned why these vaccines are not available. The answer to that is that given the limited supplies, we have to first meet the public health objective of vaccinating 300 million priority people who are likely to have adverse outcome in COVID-19 disease, and to protect our health and pandemic control system. That's the public health imperative. That is the national imperative. Only when there are additional supplies can the vaccine be made available through other channels. So point is, how do we ensure other technologies that they reach the people, the most needy people? And the equity dimension is that we cannot leave anybody behind, because in the end, let's remember, healthcare is a human right, and technologies are there to improve the healthcare, to prevent illnesses and to treat illnesses, rehabilitate individuals with illnesses, spanning from mental health to cancer, to hypertension, to communicable diseases, to maternal and child health. But then we have to make sure that while we develop on these technologies, they are such that we leave no one behind. Thank you very much for the opportunity, and I hope, I'm so sorry for the slide show related technical detail, but I hope I got your attention, and thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, Dr. Paul, for giving a wonderful exposition and overview of the status of the COVID vaccination, technologies from CRISPR, Bionics, and all those technology, and then the blockchain and telemedicine. Then you have talked about the National Digital Health Mission and how to retain a human touch. I mean, because that's a basic thing. But there was a question also, artificial intelligence, what will be the role of nurses? There was a question by one of the scholars, and that's a basic, you have touched the basic point, dilemma, that is how to reach and that's a very important thing people are feeling. You have very rightly given an answer to this. Sir, you have done a wonderful job for us. You have given a complete overview of the existing and emerging technologies which are going to come in the healthcare system. It's only under your stewardship that the Government of India is achieving its goal to the health problems. Thank you very much. Friends, we have our Honorable with us, Dr. Rajkumar Ji. Is a professor of management at KHU, and he joined this university about 2.5 years back, and under his stewardship, university is progressing very well. He has been able to spare some time for us because he has a special affection for, though he's not from science, but he has a special the appreciation for science and technology, because he knows that the science and technology will lead the university in the forefront as well as in the country and a global sense. Because Dr. Rajkumar Ji is here with us. He was a very busy schedule, but he was very kind to spare a few moments for us. Dr. Rajkumar Ji, may I request you to please give your
Thank you, Professor Sobhati. First of all, excuse me for got late. Actually, I came from somewhere very late in the night. At the outset, very esteemed guest present over in this the webinar, Dr. B.K.
Excuse me,
Palji.
sir.
Yeah.
Please unmute all, mute yourself so that there is no echo problem. Actually, it is not clearly audible due to echo problems. Thank you, sir.
Okay. Yes, very esteemed guest, Dr. B.K. Palji, member Niti Aayog, Dr. Deka, former director AIMS, Dr. Jagannathan, eminent nuclear scientist, Dr. IJS Bansal, and I can see many alumnus of the Punjab University. Among the speakers, Dr. Krishnal is also there in Accredited. Many scientists, academicians, and par excellence thinker in the domain of the science and technology are here, and they certainly will come out very fruitful ideas and very fruitful deliberation, particularly in this very critical period through which our country, or not our country, the entire globe is passing through. I am very happy that it's a collaborative program. Academy and this Punjab University, as well as Forum of the Science and Technology for Science Communication, are the organizer, and very good team under the leadership of Professor Sobhati. He has invited very fine and outstanding scientists across the domain. Good morning, each one of you. First of all, I greet and welcome each one of you, all the eminent speakers and the scientists, guests to the Punjab University on my own behalf and on the behalf of the Punjab University fraternity. Yes, Professor Sobhati rightly uttered. I'm basically a management student. The technical thing that you people are taking care of, but since the management is the subject of the humanities, then ultimately whatever you are doing or everyone doing, it is for the human being, for the society, for the common man. I am very happy to see the deliberation or the interview of Dr. Paul. Whenever he is on any address, he put the things in such a simple way that itself shows that he is a concern of the common people. He is concerned of the delivery system. He is a concern of the speedy delivery of the things. Quite often we are seeing him on this very critical issues of the vaccine and medicine for this disease. Then, as a management student, I observed that there should be the strong supply chain. Without that, you can't expect the speedy delivery of the medicine. The invention of this medicine or vaccination is one part. Another part is how it is going to the common people, and more than everything is that what is the effect द कॉमन मींस फीडबैक सिस्टम। आप ये देख सकते हैं कि तमाम सारे जो है इसमें एक कंफ्यूजन क्रिएट किए गए हैं। तो मैनेजमेंट में हम लोग यही देखते हैं कि तुरंत फीडबैक लीजिए और फीडबैक के आधार पर कोई ऐसा जिम्मेदार आदमी हो जो कि प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस करके बताए एवरीथिंग इज ओके, नंबर वन पार्ट, एंड दैट कुड बी डन ओनली थ्रू द IT. Another very important aspect that I want to put before you, the cost of the medicine, cost of the vaccination that you are thinking of, or that you have produced, will go a very long way. The Indian scientists are successful and appreciated all through world. The reason being, our medicine is very cheap as compared to the medicine discovered by the other scientists or the other countries so far. Number one. Number two aspect, as it is also the domain of the quality. Our medicine are the not less than any medicine. So if anything on the two parameters are the perfect, only when you can give the you can expect the real effect of that decision, that medicine, that component, as well as you can expect that you are the perfect on the satisfaction of the parameter made by the government as well as by the general public. See, quite often हमारे जो पॉलिसी मेकर्स रहे, हम लोग ये बराबर देखते रहे कि हम लोग जो है रियलिस्टिक जो चीजें होती हैं उससे हम लोग दूर रहते रहे हैं। लेकिन पहली बार ऐसा मौका शायद इधर विगत वर्षों में मिला है माननीय मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में कि हम जब भी कोई काम करते हैं तो हमारा जो है बड़ा क्लियर कट फोकस रहता है कि वो कौन सा ग्रुप है जिसके लिए हम ये काम करने जा रहे हैं, नंबर वन, और उस ग्रुप में जो उस लास्ट इन द क्यू है उसके लिए हम क्या करने जा रहे हैं, नंबर वन। नंबर टू इज दैट कि क्या जिसके लिए जो लास्ट डिप्राइव्ड पीपुल है कि उसका पॉकेट अलाउ करेगा कि नहीं। हम बहुत बढ़िया मेडिसिन बना सकते हैं लेकिन इफ इट इज नॉट मींस इट इज नॉट मींस टू द एक्सेस टू द कॉमन पीपल, अगेन वी आर देयर इज अ मींस अ कंप्लीट फेलियर। So for the first time in the history of the means India that we observed in a very limited time with the dedicated team of the scientists, doctors and the expert, they came to this level. And why the entire program is successful? ये सबसे बड़ा जो है पॉइंट है कि इतनी बड़ी मेडिसिन का हम लोग जो है ड्राई ट्रायल किए, कहीं कोई फेलियर नहीं रहा। इसका क्या है? Because we connected each and every people, whether they are the technical people or the not technical people. NGOs को हम लोगों ने इकट्ठा किया, हम लोगों ने जो ग्राम प्रधान, ग्राम पंचायत के लोग जो थे गांव में, उन्होंने जो है आउट ऑफ जा करके मदद किया कि किस तरह से लोगों को ले आकर के घर से ले आकर के और उनको ये दिखाया जाए कि दिस इज अ नर्स और द वार्ड बॉय है, उनको ये देखिए मेडिसिन दी जा रही है एंड दे आर वेल, they are not having any technical problem. So building up the confidence is very important, I can tell, and that could be done only through the dedicated team. जब उसमें हमारे सारे कंपोनेंट के लोग रहेंगे, साइंटिस्ट रहेंगे, हमारे इंजीनियर्स रहेंगे, हमारे ह्यूमैनिटीज के लोग रहेंगे, हमारे जो राइटर्स हैं, जो तमाम सारे जो है सोशल रिफॉर्मर हैं, एनजीओ के लोग होंगे, तभी हम ऐसे बड़े उद्देश्य की प्राप्ति कर सकते हैं। और ये इंटीग्रेटेड अप्रोच माननीय मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में जो है इसमें पूरा देश ऑब्जर्व कर रहा है। अंतिम चीज करके मैं समापन करूंगा। इस चीज के साथ साइंस एंड टेक्नोलॉजी की में या मेडिसिन के क्षेत्र में जो भी आप लोग लगे हुए हैं, आपकी जिम्मेदारी अब बहुत बढ़ गई है। अगेन द रीजन बीइंग कि a lot of expectation from you, कि आपने वो कर दिखाया है जो अभी तक विश्व ने नहीं किया है इतने शॉर्ट पीरियड में, इतनी चीप, इतनी इफेक्टिव, इतनी जो है सशक्त डिलीवरी अब तक कहीं नहीं हुआ है। तो आने वाले समय में आपकी जिम्मेदारी और ज्यादा बढ़ गई है, इसके लिए हमको आपको तैयार रहना चाहिए। मैं ये जरूर कहना चाहूंगा अंत में कि चूंकि यहाँ पर जितने हैं बड़े ही एक्सपीरियंस्ड हैं और उम्र दराज के लोग हैं, आप अपने साथ नए लोगों की सेकंड थर्ड लाइन जरूर डेवलप करिए, तभी आप इस वेंचर में आगे जा पाएंगे। और हम देख रहे हैं कि पंजाब विश्वविद्यालय के तमाम सारे यंग साइंटिस्ट भी जो है आपके साथ लगे हुए हैं, देख रहे हैं, सुन रहे हैं, certainly that would be great inspiration to them. And lastly, I am very happy the team of organizer under the stewardship of Professor Savati. It's a very nice, I mean, this event. A lot of things will be there, and I shall be happy if I can have at least 5 or 6 pages document of the entire inferences that you are going to get at the last. Then I shall be very happy to put it before the authority. This wonderful task have been done by the Punjab University scientists, and a lot of alumni as well as the scientists and guests were connected with that. Thank you so much. पाल साहब, आपको एक बार पुनः नमस्कार हमारा। क्षमा करिएगा मैं देर में जो है ज्वाइन किया।
धन्यवाद सर। मैं ये भी कहना चाहूंगा कि मैं पंजाब यूनिवर्सिटी का एलुमिनस हूँ। आपने मुझे अपनाया, ये मेरे लिए बड़ी फख्र है।
नहीं सर, ग्रेट, दिस इज द ग्रेट। आप सर और यू पीपल आर द प्रेशर ऑन। यही अभी अलुमनी मीट हुई थी, ग्लोबल अलुमनी मीट। मैंने आप सभी लोगों से यही निवेदन दिया कि आप हमको जो है दिन भर में 20 मिनट का समय हमारे यूनिवर्सिटी के बारे में आप दे दिया करिए, ओनली 20 मिनट। आपकी ब्लेसिंग हमारे लिए बहुत बड़ी होगी और ये यूनिवर्सिटी अब एक बार फिर जो है चल निकली है। थैंक यू सो मच।
Thank you, Dr. Saab. Actually, credit goes to Dr. Krishan Lal ji, who has developed in all these scientists, because under his guidance I could arrange it. Dr. Saab, आपने जो बात कही है, अंत में बहुत अच्छी बात कही है कि why we are successful, because we have followed Indian culture system.
Yeah, correct.
Indian culture, because the Gita says reconnectedness. Even Shakti Deva from Buddhism says reconnectedness. We have reconnected ourselves in such a way that you have talked in the end कि गांव वाले हर आदमी को ज्वाइन किया। वही डॉक्टर विनोद पॉल जी ने कहा कि ये जो रिकनेक्टेड वर्ड है, ये हमारा अपना सिर्फ मानव का नहीं, सारे जितने जीव हैं, नॉन जीव, सबका रिकनेक्टेड है। सो ये हमने हमारा सक्सेस जो बेसिक है, द एंशिएंट इंडियन कल्चर एंड द टीचिंग्स ऑफ द ग्लोबल थिंकर्स, कि रविंद्रनाथ जी ने कोविड को ना प्लेग को कैसे कन्वर्ट किया, एंड अदर थिंकर्स who have done, even Aurobindo had played a big role in that one. So all those, because I have just compiled one volume on that one, that's why I say that reconnectedness is a basic theme of Indian ancient culture. That's why we are successful we are #1 country in the world now for having such vaccination, developing sexual vaccination and other programs. Thank you very much, Dr. for sparing time for us. Now we have a very eminent scientist with us in the line. Dr. Govindarajan Padmanabhan is an Indian biochemist and biotechnologist. Punjab University is not new for him because he has visited and the Chandigarh Symposium new biology a long time ago, two or three times here. He was the former director of the Indian Institute of Science and presently serves as honorary professor in the Department of Biochemistry at Indian Institute of Science. Dr. Padmanabhan was brought up in a family of engineers. He belongs to Tanjore district of Tamil Nadu, but had settled in Bangalore. After completing his schooling in Bangalore, he joined the engineering college. However, he found engineering uninteresting. Dr. Upkarji, don't mind that one. And he joined the Presidency College in Madras in soil chemistry at Indian Agriculture Research Institute, New Delhi, and PhD in biochemistry at the Indian Institute of Science, Bangalore in 1966. In the early years of research, he primarily worked in the transcriptional regulation of eukaryotic genes in liver. He was interested in elucidating the multifaceted role of heme in cellular processes. His group discovered the heme biosynthetic pathway in a malarial parasite and showed it to be a drug target. He has also been interested in the area of vaccine development. His team was successful in showing the anti-malarial property of curcumin and its efficiency in combination therapy in 2004. Now, he is a recipient of Shanti Swarup Bhatnagar Prize for Science and Technology, and Padma Shri 1991, Padma Bhushan 2003, and he is an elected fellow of all the academies, including the National Academy of Medical Sciences. And at the moment, he is the president of a National Academy of Science in Nasi, Allahabad, which is one of the 3 top academies of the country. I request Dr. Padmanabhanji, who has spared time for us, to please enlighten us about advancements in biotechnology, which is you are you are the pioneer in biotechnology in this country, and you had helped us in establishing the Center for Biotechnology and then Department of Biotechnology at Punjab University a long time, right from 1991, when Dr. Sandeep Basu was here director, Dr. Vora was there, and you are also one of the architects for this biotechnology where we are today, because biotechnology department today is one of the best departments in the country. And also we have now alumni all over the world. You name Australia, New Zealand, America, Germany, everywhere our alumni there. Dr. It's all because of your vision that helped us to make this department. Thank you very much, Dr. for sparing time to with us. Dr. Padmanabhanji.
Thank you, Dr. Sobji. Can you hear me?
Yeah, sure, sir.
Okay. Dr. Rajkumar, there is a echo problem.
नहीं हमें आ रहा है जी आ रहा है
ठीक है डॉक्टर राजकुमार of Vice Chancellor, Dr. Kishan Lal, Dr. Paul, Vinod Paul of Professor Sopti, Professor Deka, and Dr. Jagannathan, and many distinguished colleagues. It's indeed a great pleasure and honor for me to be participating in this webinar. I think I requested the slides to be projected at your end.
Yeah, we have.
Kindly, can I have the slide?
Please, slides.
Okay. Many of these areas have been covered by Dr. Paul, but I will quickly go through the slides and only spend 1 or 2 minutes on those slides where there is an emerging technology. Many times, emerging technologies have emerged elsewhere. They are still emerging in India. So I thought we will go through that. Can I have the next slide? Quickly, I think I will rush through many of these slides. Next one. I thought, this will avoid bandwidth problem from your end if you can project. Next slide, please. It's not moving.
Excuse me, sir, the slides are not moving.
Just checking.
Yeah. Now, can you go back? Slide. I can't see the slide. That's fine. As was earlier covered, India is the pharmacy of the world, and we export vaccines to almost 150 countries. These are all well-known areas of vaccines. Next one. If you move quickly, I can also cover many of these. I want to only highlight those slides where we have the emerging technologies. These are all known. We contributed to development of recombinant hepatitis B vaccine in the 2000, and I'm happy it's a very commercial success. Many companies make our hepatitis B vaccine. Next one. slide is not moving. Okay, hold on to this slide because this is many COVID vaccines. For example, Dr. Paul covered, there is only one, many of them are known inactivated vaccine, attenuated vaccine, adenoviral, etc., etc. There's only one thing I want to highlight is self-amplifying messenger RNA vaccine. You have skipped many slides actually. Now, what is self-amplifying messenger RNA? Now, for the first time, we are hearing about nucleic acid vaccines, DNA vaccine, and mRNA vaccine. Now, DNA vaccine, I have worked 30 years ago, but still, it is not a vaccine for the human. We know of DNA vaccine in the West Nile horses and a few, fish and so on, not in the human. For the first time, a DNA vaccine is being developed for the human COVID. Similarly, mRNA vaccine is completely new for COVID. We have never heard, I have worked on messenger RNA for 30 years, never thought messenger RNA can become a vaccine. Now, there is one more development. In messenger RNA vaccine, you have a self-amplifying messenger RNA. I want to tell the students, what does it mean? DNA gives to RNA, but this construct also contains 4 other genes from alpha virus. Therefore, it has 2 enzymes. One is DNA polymerase, which will convert DNA to RNA. There is also RNA-dependent RNA polymerase. When you make the first molecule of the messenger RNA, it will amplify. So thousands of molecules of mRNA can be made, and this is a very new concept, self-amplifying messenger RNA. And this is one being made by Genova in Pune, and I do hope they succeed. The another claim, which I think it will be extraordinarily important, the mRNA vaccine, Moderna, needs -20 degrees. Pfizer says -70 degrees. Genova says our mRNA is stable between 2 and 8 degrees. If that works out, it will be a very great contribution. Next slide, please. No, you are going back. Next one. No, next slide. I think. Okay. I moved from vaccine because my intention was to cover the entire broad spectrum. Biopharmaceuticals is the next area. But we all know pharmaceuticals we know, which are all small organic molecules. Biopharmaceuticals are generally proteins, insulin, erythropoietin, growth factor, streptokinase, they are all examples. But the most important among biopharmaceuticals, I believe, is monoclonal antibodies. They have a huge market, monoclonal antibodies. Next one, please. There are, India is making about 40 to 50 biopharmaceuticals, but we can make a lot more. Next one. What is important, around 10 to 12 monoclonal antibodies have already been introduced globally in the context of COVID. Monoclonal antibodies can neutralize the virus directly. It is passive immunization. There are 2 types, active immunization and passive immunization. And in India, what are we doing? Next one, please. This is something. We all know monoclonal antibodies are made by hybridoma technology. But now you don't need any animal. You can make antibodies in the test tube using a phage library. And we have this phage library in the South Campus, Delhi. They have an antibody library, native antibody library in M13 phage, 10 to the power of 10 clones. You know, this is probably the largest library in the globe. So you can screen, for example, what you see at the bottom is the M13 phage, which is linked to, these are single chain antibodies. No VH and VL, no variable heavy and variable light. So single chain antibodies. So you screen this library, say with spike protein. And you have to go through a few rounds because you are starting with 10 to the power of 10 clones. So you will end up with a few clones with antibody DNA highly specific. So what you do, you then take these, clone them, put it in CHO cells, and then express the single chain antibody. Either you can use the single chain antibody as such or make it into complete antibodies. You know, this is something I hope South Campus will succeed, and we will have our own monoclonal antibodies for COVID. Next one, please. So I covered the area of vaccines. I covered the area of biopharmaceuticals. I go to drug discovery. At one point of time, India was thought could be the leader in drug discovery. I should tell it didn't happen. Why? We found a very easy route of generics. That means those molecules which are patented are going to be patented. India can make at very much cheaper cost. Therefore, companies switched over to generic molecules. Once that is the reason, you know, we lost the, the impetus to discover new drug molecules. And it's extraordinarily expensive. You know, one drug molecule to bring to the market takes, they say presently, $1.5 billion. So what is the possibility other than generics? We can do repositioning of what we call as failed drugs. There are a huge lot of drug molecules which have gone through the trials but never made it commercially. Whether they can be used for another use, repurposing. I chair the technical committee of BIRAC. And we have, for example, few projects. And one project example, Gallobax is a cardiac drug. They are using it for treating diabetic foot ulcer. This is an example of repurposing. Next slide, please. Now, all the drugs that were tried in COVID were all repurposed. Hydroxychloroquine used in malaria or, azithromycin, remdesivir, lepenovir, all these, either used in HIV or some other disease. We don't have a drug in COVID as such. So these are all repurposed examples of repurposing of molecules to treat COVID. I'm giving COVID example because it's contextual. Next one, please. Now, next one, this you can't see anyway. Now I'm talking about natural molecules. One of my projects is related to curcumin from turmeric. There are many, many natural molecules, methanolicides, cardioglycosides, charantin, deep polyphenolics, but we have not really made international impact with our natural molecules. We should go a long way with the medicinal plant availability in the country. Next slide, please. Now, I just 1 minute on what we have done with curcumin. we have shown it can cure cerebral malaria. We have an animal model where we have shown curcumin alone can cure cerebral malaria. But the animals will die because parasite grows. So the animals will die of anemia. So finally we found if you have a combination of artemisinin and curcumin, you can completely cure cerebral malaria. After 10 years of battle with DCGI, they have finally approved efficacy clinical trial for a combination of curcumin and artesunate. Curcumin, the problem, internationally, unfortunately, they say bioavailability is poor. This problem has been solved. Now we have several nano preparations which high bioavailability of curcumin. There is no issue there. Why I am highlighting curcumin? There are many natural molecules have similar properties, highly effective but poorly bioavailable. And that is how the international community is not taking them, and we should go after. Next slide, please. So I covered the area of vaccines, biopharmaceuticals, and drugs. I now come to diagnostics. Many have been covered by Dr. Paul already. I'll quickly go through. Next one. For students, the central dogma of molecular biology, DNA gives RNA, RNA gives protein. But interestingly, human genome, less than 2% of the genes code for proteins. So the question has been what the 98% of the genes are doing, genome is doing. Then they find it can make RNA molecule. It can make microRNA. It can make non-coding RNA. So it is not waste DNA. It is not selfish DNA, as Crick said. We don't know. So many of these, other than protein coding genes, which account only for less than 2%, they code for non-coding RNAs. And they have become very good cancer markers. Therefore, in molecular diagnostics, many of them come into play. Next one, please. So this has become an area of extensive collaboration between engineers, biologists, clinicians, and so on, development of devices and diagnostics. Next one, please. Now, diagnostic devices, then I think Dr. Paul has covered many of these medical instrumentation, mobile health, telemedicine, wearable technologies, part of digital health, actually. Next one, please. Now, I will not get into detail. Diagnostics, based on two principles. One is antigen-antibody interaction. Either you detect the antigen or the antibody. The other one is based on nucleic acids. It may be a DNA, it may be an RNA. And the specificities have become so high, so sensitive. You can detect, I work on malaria, I can detect one parasite in blood. So that is the sensitivity it has come to. I will move on next turn to those devices which Dr. Paul has covered. Briefly, everybody is talking about RT-PCR. That is the basis for detecting the RNA virus today. You have, RNA, RT, reverse transcriptase, DNA polymerase, primers, amplify, and detect the amplified product. Next one, please. Now, in devices, you can, I should tell you, BIRAC has succeeded in generating almost 150 products. I will mention toward the end of my talk, of which 60 to 70% are devices, mostly pioneered by startups. That is something exciting. And these people are from entirely different fields. They come from engineering, they come from physics, and we tell them, have a clinician, have a biologist in your group, and so on, Next one, please. So there were so many, I hope they are able to, retinal imaging device, Dr. Paul mentioned it, epilepsy, ECG, EEG, ECG, computer, flat panel tomography. I'm giving a few examples. I'm sure Dr. Jagannathan may continue on this. Wearable technologies are very interesting. Next one, please. Some more examples I have given. Mannequin to cardiac markers to digital oncopathology, slide scanner. I must tell you, these are all made by Indian scientists here and startups. Next one, please. Now, the other area, important area is 3D printing. That is, it is actually used by metallurgists for initially, you have a computer-aided design and you make the three-dimensional molecule, putting layer after layer of all this material. But they have now extrapolated to organs. Can you make a liver? Next one, please. Can you make a spleen? In 3D bioprinting, what we call as bioprinting, you have many layer by layer of living cells and tissues can be generated ultimately. Of course, we are far away. People say you will do organ donation and all that, but we are far away from that. But at least liver tissue has been made and it helps in screening drugs. One of the important things in the pharmacy, pharmacological approvals is to make sure that the drugs are, are not toxic and all that. So you can use these tissues generated by 3D printing for screening. Next one, please. Dr. Paul has already mentioned about artificial intelligence, which is coming in a big way in making devices. Next one, please. He also mentioned about big data analytics. And big data analytics is a very, very important area where you can, even COVID. Next one, I think I have given an example. Human genome. There is a project, 10,000 Indians we want to sequence. But it's still a very, very tiny bit because you have a population of 1.2 billion and then you are doing 10,000 individuals. But analysis becomes a very, very important thing. How do you data analysis of 10,000 genes? We want to do that. Next one. And COVID, for example, at present, I don't know, maybe there are 200,000 sequences of isolates from patients. So why do you sequence? That is where you detect the mutations. That is how the UK mutant was identified. How was it identified? They put a consortia and they sequenced something like 160,000. That means 10% of the patient samples they sequenced. We had sequenced only 6,000, 7,000. That is where we needed a consortia and you need IT people to analyze the data. Next one, please. So I talked about wearable technologies, wearable belt, a patch for a pregnant woman to know the fetal health. You can measure the heart rate, you can measure blood pressure, oxygen saturation, so many applications for wearables. As I said, these are all part of digital health. Next one, please. Way forward, another 10 minutes, I will try to finish. Next one, please. You know, so many things have already been mentioned. I will highlight a little bit on synthetic biology. You know, this is now something which are very, very early in our country. Next one, please. Gene therapy is one area, one step forward, two step backwards. It's been there for the last 40 years. You know, in question-wise, can you replace a defective gene with a normal gene? But how do you deliver the gene? That has been the issue. You have to use lentivirus or some other virus, and there have been side reactions, and therefore many times people have been asked to go to the drawing board. But now we have some very good leads in you know, thalassemia, in hereditary blindness, and also lipoprotein gene, some of the cancer, Parkinson's even. I hope it becomes a reality. There are very good leads. Next one, please. Similarly, stem cell therapy, there has been so much talk, but we have not really gone into application other than bone marrow transplantation. Classical bone marrow transplantation is an example of stem cell therapy. Now, you know, hematological disorders are okay, but you cannot claim stem cell works for spinal cord injury, neurological. We are far away from that. In fact, DBT ICMR guideline says stem cell studies are permitted only as a clinical trial, not for application. Although, you know, there are people who use it, you know, in terms of homologous therapy and so on, but we are far away from stem cell therapy. But lymphomas, hematological disorders, it will work. We are still a long way to go with stem cell therapy. It has a tremendous potential. Next one, please. This one I should tell. This is something emerging or emerged elsewhere, CAR T-cell therapy. What is CAR T-cell therapy? It is basically T-cell therapy. You all know there are two arms of immunity, humoral immunity, antibody, and cellular mediated immunity, where, for example, T cells can surround the virus and kill it, or T cells can surround a cancer cell and kill it. So in CAR T cell is chimeric antigen receptor T cells. So what actually you do, you T cells in which you introduce the gene of choice, receptor of choice, let us say, you use lentivirus for that purpose. And when you add it, these are directed because there is a receptor interaction with antigen, and cancer cell is surrounded by the T cell and it is killed. Now, CAR T cell is something which there is a lot of new excitement in the Western world. And we have hardly 3-4 laboratories in India working on CAR T cells. That is a new thing. Next one, please. This is something which I want to, a couple of minutes, synthetic biology. This is an area developed by engineers, not by biologists. They ask this question: if a living cell works like a machine, if a machine can work continuously, if you change the spare parts, can a living cell be worked like a machine? For example, you know that engineering machine consists of wire, transistors, valves, diodes, relays, etc. Next one, please. The equivalent of living cell, genes, RNA, protein, you can substitute that. Next one, please. Now, this is, of course, I will not get into it. Basically, what has happened, entire pathways, chromosomes are put into a living cell. For example, yeast. I got interested because of malaria connection. You know about this drug, artemisinin. It is isolated from Artemisia annua. It's a very complex pathway. But all these segments of the pathway, that's what this shows. One operon, second operon, third operon, you can put them together. That means pathways are put together and they made artemisinin. Yeast was making artemisinin, 25 grams per liter. In fact, there was a worry, what will happen to the Artemisia farmers? They will be out of job and things like that. So next one, please. So synthetic biology is a major area. For example, in the United States, the defense, they have come up with a KAUSHAL molecule project. What they say is impossible today should be made possible tomorrow. That means all the chemical factories will be replaced by cell factories. That is the idea of synthetic biology. This is an area we are very, very early in India. That means any molecule you want, you should be able to make, but using simple microbial system like a yeast. That is where. Next one, please. And these are various companies I have listed, whether it is a fragrance, whether it is a perfume, whether it is a drug, whether it is a paint. There are companies trying to make using synthetic biology. Next one, please. Next one. I just want to spend on the gene editing, which Dr. Paul has already covered. Now, before CRISPR came, we were using all the zinc finger nuclease, transcription activated nuclease. There were other enzymes which were doing the job of CRISPR, but they were not as specific like CRISPR. That is why CRISPR has become so important. Next one, please. And what has happened? Can I go next slide? I think there is a picture there of how CRISPR works. Basically, it is RNA driven. You drive, the RNA is linked to this enzyme called Cas9. Yes. This is the RNA will drive wherever you want to go on to the genome or the gene, and Cas9 enzyme will cut it. So all that you need is an appropriate RNA driver, and many applications are you can change one base in 3 billion base pairs. You can change one base, you can base multiple bases, you can introduce a gene. Many things can be done using gene editing. So that is why its versatility is phenomenal. Next one, please. So there is a hope. This is going to replace the GMO. You are not going to bring gene from outside. In India, we are still in doldrums. We don't know what is the policy regarding genetically modified organisms in agriculture. Now, can you use gene editing? That means existing gene itself can be changed. But the problem is, United States says you can go ahead. Europe says you should get the approval. There is always a difference in perception between United States and Europe, and I don't know what India will follow. But I must tell you, tremendous applications have happened in agriculture. Not so much in the human or in the mammalian systems. A lot of applications of gene editing in corn, in tomato, in wheat. There are many, many examples, at least 20, 25 of them. Next one. This is just a picture, what gene editing can do with how many tomatoes. In fact, they are asking this question, can tomato seeds can be used to extract oil? So this is what is the next one. But I should tell you, caution you with gene editing. This guy did a misadventure. This guy's name is He Zhenouke, is a Chinese. Without any authority, he gene edited human embryo and he Deen edited it with CCR5, which is a receptor for HIV. So his idea was he will generate an embryo and the children born will not get HIV infection. That was not a priority. So the whole world became aghast, and he was heavily criticized, and a lot of regulatory agencies have come to do gene editing in mammalian higher organisms. So I personally feel gene editing is probably pushed in agriculture, which is a tremendous possibility in agriculture. I think we should move ahead, and probably microbial systems. Next one, please. So CRISPR highlights two issues. One is IPR, another is the regulatory issue, intellectual property right. It's all owned by California University and MIT, and the companies who have taken the rights from them. So if we are using it, we have to watch for when you commercialize, for IPR issues will come into the picture. But of course, you patent, you can find an alternate Cas9. There are different versions of Cas9 available. There are people who are patented. There are people who are patented. Next one, please. Next one, I think I should wind up. These are all, India is tremendous. I personally feel we can still do very well in vaccine. Of course, we have to get into modern vaccines. I feel we have to get into monoclonal antibodies. We are probably making half a dozen, all imported clones, but we should make our own. I should get into agri-biotech, universal immunization, of course, because of this leadership in vaccine. Secondary agriculture, and in service, clinical trials. India is a fertile land. We have to do a lot of clinical trials. We should be able to do, and we should finally link IT and BT. That is where you will have all these digital health, everything will happen if the two come together. It's as important as microelectronics or anything else. Next one, please. These are all, quickly, students always worry, sir, where is our job opportunity? You have fermentation industry, you have agri-biotech, you have traditional medicine, you have marine biotechnology. Next one. Carrier option in a vaccine, biopharmaceutical, diagnostics, devices, and medical instrumentation. Next one. Sericulture, bioremediation, bioinstrumentation. Next one. Of course, like me, or we can do R&D in public research, become professors, or you can become, get your PhD, go abroad, become NRI, and then you can advise us what we should be doing. Next one. I'm done almost. Yeah. Clinical trials, drug screening, seed and crop analysis, bioinformatics solutions. Next one. Contract services. But I think the best thing is to start your own company and give job to 10 others. And this is what is happening with startups. India probably will have the large, Bangalore is the capital. Next one. Among all, probably you can't read all international cities, Bangalore is the only one that figures in startup. They have some parameters to define. Next one. This is just 1 minute on BIRAC. BIRAC is Dr. Paul has already covered Biotechnology Industry Research Assistance Council. It supports so many projects all the way from ideation to marketplace. There are so many possibilities. There are so many schemes. Because I chair the technical committees, and Dr. Jagannathan is also a member of our committee. So we look at, I think, something like 500 projects at least, and 700 entrepreneurs. There are, I think, next one, I think there is some statistics, there is some figure. Yeah, you can see all the BIRAC impact. So many projects, incubators, etc., support. Next one. These are some of the products that have been developed. Next one. Thank you. I have been very, very broad. I just wanted to tell the students what is the breadth of this area. Just medical application alone, biotechnology has now figured into so many areas. I have not talked about energy, I have not talked about agriculture. Now, if you add them, now biotechnology will touch the life of every individual, and the opportunities are tremendous. And thank you so much. Thanks, Dr. Sopti, once again for the opportunity. Thank you.
What we say, it's a Gagar mein Sagar. You are given all overview of the Indian biotechnology and overall biotechnical technologies. But one thing is very sure now, it's a convergence of technologies. Wherein you have rightly talked to system biology. System biology is a totally convergence of technologies. You talk 3D, stem cell, and the bionomic. Everything you have covered up, and where we are, that how many drugs we have produced, what delivery systems we have. You have given a wonderful overview, which is inspiration for our young students and young faculty, that where India stands and where we can go in the very near future. And you have rightly mentioned that no one person can do. It's a collaborative work which has to be done, where the engineers and the professionals, other professionals and scientists from physics, chemistry, mathematics, computer science, all have to join together. Biologists alone cannot do it. So this is a wonderful talk. I really feel obliged for sparing time for us, and I know you will keep your blessing for Punjab University in the times to come. Thank you very much, Dr. Sahab, for
Thank
giving
you. Thank you, Dr. Sopti ji.
Thank you. So we have now another eminent scientist, Dr. Ramesh Deka, and is an ENT specialist and ex-director of All India Institute of Medical Sciences, New Delhi, which is globally recognized as the premier medical institute of the country. And he's an accomplished ENT surgeon and a reputed teacher. Dr. Deka has performed over 300 cochlear implant surgeries, including 200 in children, with excellent results. He has now over 500 CI, including over 50 CI in IGMS, Patna, along with Dr. Rakesh Singh, Professor Head ENT at IGMS, Patna. Dr. Deka is currently serving as Professor Emeritus and advisor to AIMS, and he's also assisting the UGC as chairman of the different committees. And he's an expert in endoscopic sinus and laryngeal voice surgery. He has published more than 250 research papers in national and international journals. He has contributed chapters in various books, and he has got so many awards, the Life Achievement Awards, other awards by not only national but the international agencies too. And he received his training at Microbiology of the Year under Professor G. Schambach Jr. and Professor J. S. Eisen of Northwestern University. Dr. Meshwaka has worked with Professor Robert Jacker, Professor Schinder, Professor H. Dido, and R. Kaplan in the area of head and neck surgery. Dr. has been awarded Kamal Kumari National Award for Science and Technology, Lifetime Achievement Award in the Health Summit 2010 by International Agency Educators for World Peace, Confederation of Indian Universities, the Education Standard and Testing Council of India, and the School of Oriental Medicine. He has been the chairman, Indian Academy for Otolaryngology, Head and Neck Surgery, president of the Association of Otolaryngologists in India, and so many achievements he has recorded. And if I keep on reading, it will take more time. Since we have less time, I request Dr. Deka to talk to us about the internationalization of the medical education. As Dr. Padmanabhan has already mentioned, that now we are in a global village and we have to interact with each other. Now, see, you are sitting in Delhi, I am in Chandigarh, and Dr. Padma is sitting in Bangalore, but as it appears that we are sitting across the table. So same thing can be done abroad also. And this is the way how we have collaborative work. We have rightly chosen the topic, internationalization of medical education. I request you to please interact with us. Thank you, Dr.
Thank you, sir. I must firstly thank Dr. Kishan Lal. Can you hear me, please? Yeah. Are you hearing me?
Yes.
Hello. Can you hear me, please?
Sir, we are hearing you.
I can
Okay.
hear you.
Thank you. I must thank Professor Kishan Lal, Professor Sapti, and other distinguished colleagues for giving me this opportunity to share some of my thoughts with you. As my very able colleague, Dr. B.K. Paul and Dr. Padmanabhan has greatly elaborated the various facets of activities that we can do together with scientists, engineers, and various other spheres of activities in terms of fostering and making welfare efforts for human beings, be it vaccine, be it medical molecules, or a surgical stent, or any other robotic surgery, besides herbal research and so on and so forth, including the artemisinin, which have been mentioned, to ameliorate the menace of malaria. There are tremendous scope for us to collaborate among ourselves, and in doing so, however, we have to strengthen our activities in the medical schools, which are in India. Besides the various few eminent institutions, our medical schools still lacking in terms of required infrastructure and required competent teachers to produce competent graduates. I'll share with you some slides, if you permit me.
You can go on the present now.
Namni dekha slider.
So you can go on the right side. There is a logo. There is a present now.
Boy, I am not getting the share the video. Anyway, just a minute.
Are you able to get that logo in the present now?
What is the present now? It is
Right side. On the
right side. Right side. I'm not getting it. Anyway, I'll call my son. He will help me. Just a minute, please.
We are all timers.
Okay.
I talked to Dr. Dhalla from Winnipeg. He was willing to get it, but I can't use the system.
Okay, before I can show you, because I'm sharing the screen, but here.
So you can, if possible, you can send it on the email. We can run it from here.
Okay, just a minute. I'll forward.
Yeah.
Anyway, there is some problem with my phone. I'll go back now. I'll speak extempore. Okay. Let now. इधर आओ बस प्रेजेंट नाउ करने का बाद
So on the present now you can
where come
get the window and
yeah,
share
my
that
son
window.
is here. He will help me.
Yes, I think that's it.
Okay.
Yeah, if possible, you can put it on slideshow if it is running.
They have come, sir.
Okay.
Yes, sir. It's fine, sir.
Okay, once you do this, and then share screen off.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Sorry for the delay.
That's okay, sir. No problem.
As you can see from here, we need in India particularly, we have a large number of medical schools both in government sector and private sector. And the international collaboration, as I said, requires in various emerging areas. I must mention here, before the independence event, in 1943, a Professor A.V. Hill, Secretary Royal Society, visited India and made certain recommendation for, as you can see, from deliberately produced teachers and research workers of a new kind, people who would devote their lives to the single object of advancing Indian art and science and practice of medicine. And for this purpose, they recommended aims like institution to be established, as you can see, which will be known as John Hopkins of India. So with these premises, I like to mention that the government of India, with the then Prime Minister Jawaharlal Nehru, in 1956 enacted a special act creating All India Institute of Medical Sciences, and to promote this kind of activities for creating teachers for the whole country to man the medical schools. Therefore, accordingly, the All India Institute was foundation stone of the All India Institute was laid in 1952 in collaboration with the then government.
Okay. You have to click this. I'm going.
Okay.
Once you are done.
Okay. With the support from New Zealand government, you can see from this the collaboration, international collaboration started in funding the establishment of All India Institute way back in 1952, and accordingly with the funding of the government of India subsequently, we have reached today what All India Institute is. You can see from the fact that the Queen has inaugurated our main buildings. So that shows the genesis of how international collaboration was required and is still requiring. And with the presentation made by V.K. Paul and Padmanabhan, you can see the field of collaboration internationally and disseminate those kind of knowledge and the skill that are available to us for purposes of medical schools improvement and healthcare facilities to be improved and the quality of life to be improved in Indian citizens. And I must also mention the vision of our first Health Minister, Madam Amrit Kaur, who also partly contributed to the fund the All India Institute of Medical Sciences, besides the funding coming from New Zealand government from her own funding. So see, her vision, as you can see here, it has been one of my cherished dreams that for postgraduate study and for maintenance of high standards of medical education in our country, we should have an institute of this nature in India, which should enable our young men and women to have their postgraduate education in their own country. Ladies and gentlemen, you can understand how we were lacking institution of higher education, and mostly in medical higher education, to train our own teachers, which are required to man the medical school at that soon after our independence. So that is how the All India Institute was built, and with the foreign collaboration of funding and with collaboration of experts coming to help us in developing the All India Institute as a model of institution, and for collaboration, cooperation, and further communication in terms of medical care, as well as communication in terms of publication. As I mentioned, New Zealand government and British Queen had shown support to us. Various other organizations which supported All India Institute of Medical Sciences or World Health Organization, other organizations abroad in the country, looking at the success and the beginning of All India Institute of Medical Sciences, various other regional institutions to be mentioned, the PGMR, at Chandigarh, as you can understand, Postgraduate Institute of Medical Education and Research was also established at the same time under the leadership of then Chief Minister Sardar Cairo, to build an institution of eminence to augment the postgraduate activities, so that our own graduates need not go to foreign countries. At that time it was difficult, so that we can train our teachers. Similarly, JIPMAR, Jawaharlal Institute of Postgraduate Education and Research at Pondicherry, BHU, also had an Institute of Medical Sciences, and in private sector, CMC Vellore and other institutions started coming to build the capacity of producing large number of teachers that are required to man the medical schools. At the same time, the Medical Council, Nursing Council, Dental Council, all other regulatory authorities were put into position by the Government of India, then Government of India. And at the same time, also the government, post-independence government established University Grants Commission, various central and state universities, 5 IITs at that time, and other institutions of importance for managing our healthcare, as well as other producing teachers and leaders in medical sciences. Considering the success of All India Institute of Medical Sciences in Delhi, the government started at the time of Atal Bihari Vajpayee, and at that time to propose 6 aims, but it came subsequently 20 for 12 under the leadership of Dr. Manmohan Singh and Ghulam Nabi Azad ji. We started 6 aims in different parts of the country as a model to educate new areas of activities in healthcare, and also to produce quality teachers and to man the various medical colleges in India. And now you can see the subsequent government, present government, has established as many as 22 aims. So, ladies and gentlemen, you can imagine how AIMS model has given leadership in terms of creating manpower, in terms of creating research, in terms of capacity building, and producing healthcare of high standard for the citizen of India, and also develop medical tourism for various foreign collaborative countries and neighboring countries, and to provide, produce various other national and other friendly foreign countries. And we have at the All India Institute of Medical Sciences, we have produced, established a number of center of excellences, for graduates and postgraduate training programs. As you can see, we at the All India Institute of Medical Sciences, we developed first Dr. R.P. Rajendra Prasad Center for Ophthalmic Sciences, which is a standalone institution going deep into the science, technology, and various other aspects of ophthalmic diseases. Then we have also a center for community medicine at Vallabhgarh Rural Health Hospital for educating our undergraduate to begin it since 1962. This was also in collaboration with a number of foreign governments to create graduates and giving graduates to flavor of rural health problems. And we have 17 to 18 villages now in Vallabhgarh area, which are our area of research and education for our undergraduates and also postgraduates. The community medical care with outreach program and faculty and students, we have hostels here. So this is a big model for community medicines, as you can see from our own experience. Friends, we have also a model cardiovascular centers, both for medical and surgical expertise to be developed, not only for expertise developed in super specialty, but also give the best possible therapy treatment for cardiovascular diseases, including the first heart transplant was done in 1994 in our institutes. We have also housed the Neurosciences Center, both for medical and surgical sciences. In both the centers, not only simply giving medical services to patient, but also a deep kind of a emerging research activities were done and have been in process with international collaboration. Similarly, we have now, you can see we have given a model in Jayaprakash Narayan National Trauma Center, which is now duplicated in various state governments, state capitals by the state government. We have Center for De-Addiction Treatment, Training and Care at Ghaziabad, AMS. We have a rehabilitation and physical medicine. As one of the speakers has mentioned, we need artificial limbs and robotic activities. Then we have a Biodesign Center. We have AIMS and Stanford University collaboration for creating a fellowship program, engaging students, our own students, as well as giving degrees. We have a number of WHO collaborative centers in pediatrics, obstetrics, gynecology, and other departments. We have created genetic and molecular research units under pediatrics, and we have also to train our own teachers as well as to postgraduate, undergraduate, and outside visitors. We have a KAUSHAL Center for Medical Education and Technology within the campus. We have also a National Electron Microscopic Facility under support from DEST in the Anatomy Department. This caters to the need of the scientists as well as medical experts to come here and use this facility for promotion of research activities. We have you have a cancer hospital in All India Institute. Again, it is in a collaborative way from Rotary and All India Institute and various other philanthropies support, and for different types of cancer treatment. It is a big multidisciplinary cancer hospital, including hematological condition, laser flow cytometry, cytology, and section routine pathology and other lab work are also done within the same building. So these are some of the models which have been also expanded recently to Jajar, where we have established a National Cancer Institute. We have also a model for laboratory medicine department in which we have PG education and research activities. As you can know, Dr. B.N. Tandon, Badrinath Tandon, and B. Ramanangasamy has greatly contributed with international collaboration in liver and biliary diseases and human nutrition. So considering those publications, we at the AIMS developed a Department of Gastroenterology, Liver, Biliary Diseases and Human Nutrition together. It is a unique combination, human health and diet. And considering this data available on this aspect, a midday meal and assiduous program was formulated under the guidance of Professor B.N. Tandon by the Government of India, which is still running for alleviation or malnutrition and improving attendance in the various primary school. We have also in the chronology emerging medicine, geriatric medicine, pulmonary and deep sleep medicine, immunohistochemistry, immunogenetics, and clinical labs for organ transplantation and so on and so forth. As you know, AIMS have given leadership in terms of organ transplantation. We have not only heart transplant, the first heart transplantation, we also started kidney transplantation. Along with CMC Vellore at that time, we have a National Cancer Institute, as I said just now. Ladies and gentlemen, therefore our efforts in our institution must have to be twofold, threefold. Relief to the symptoms, pain, through medication and procedures with due diligence and ethical practices in diagnosis and therapy. As you can understand, in doing so, in recent times, the previous speakers have outlined how we have responded to the COVID-19 and how treatment or the vaccination have been obtained. Number two, conquering diseases, disorders, and timely trauma care and research, advancing clinical care of patients and providing quality support of post-care life, for example, post-cancer survivor, post-trauma, post-stroke. Therefore, ultimately, to increase longevity and improve quality of life, and well-being and therapy are required. So in doing so, as the previous speakers, B.K. Paul and Padmanabhan has greatly mentioned, we have to create such activities to prevent and promote the health with nutrition, education, exercise, yoga, positive attitude, and gainful engagement as a result of improved quality of life. Disease control care, we require a number of different types of hospital, right from primary health care to various district hospital and major hospital and super specialty hospital like 22 AMS and various other state government hospitals are empowered by the Government of India in recent times. Again, question comes home care. As the age of our Indian citizens are increasing, we need also a paramedical group of workers, which is also required not only in national level, we need international collaboration. Ladies and gentlemen, I am just showing a slide from our work at the AIMS just to say how iodine deficiency disorder in relation to thyroid diseases have been looked into, and as a result of our work, the iodide salt was popularized by various governments in the beginning. And this is one of the important work that we have done, both using multinational, multidisciplinary approach to work on this. Therefore, ladies and gentlemen, we need a great approach. How do you do the international collaboration, cooperation in medical education and research? It is therefore, there has to be a significant institutional partnership collaboration, hand-holding, mentoring, and cooperation, both in public health, global health, and health for all. Enhancing our activities in India, SAARC cooperation, and globally. We need, to do this, we need funding for scholarship, fellowship within India, government and others, abroad, available. WHO, UNICEF, and Commonwealth Colombo Plan, others are also available. As I mentioned earlier, the collaboration with New Zealand government was under Colombo Plan, which is still going on. In doing so, therefore, ladies and gentlemen, we at home level, firstly, we have to do at home level internationalization of our health education. Therefore, the Indian institution, medical schools, universities, they have to develop such curricular improvement, development, and teaching at international scale. We at the Medical Council of India, when I was there as a member of the academic committee, Dr. B.K. Paul will agree that we develop now the competency-based medical education both for undergraduate and postgraduate activities. And this kind of training program has to be translated to the various colleges. And within the country, we have to therefore build our capacity to the international standard of quality care for the ailing patients, not only in using the newer methods. Therefore, in doing so, therefore, we have to create international collaboration. In doing so, various other kind of education, there is a collaboration between the between the universities and other universities. But in terms of our medical school, there is a restriction of licensing authorities. Therefore, we have to collaborate with various countries in terms of licensing authorities also for kind of permission to our graduates and postgraduates to spend time. Therefore, a big efforts to be made in terms of student mobility, faculty exchange mobility, mentoring amongst the institution, and research scholars mobility, and joint PhD program like AIMS model. As I said, AIMS have tremendous model of PhD program with international universities. Second will be B is outbound mobility to foreign countries at different levels in terms of students for a short-term training, scholars for PhD program or a post-PhD fellowship, faculty and institutional partnership are very essential. Even most of our institutions like AIMS, even I have gone to United States in 1977 for fellowship training, and most of our faculty are promoted to go to foreign countries to learn newer areas and then practice in AIMS. Similar activities have to be done in a collaborative way so that we can outbound mobility to foreign countries can be done. In number C, collaboration with other countries' institutions of professional licensing authorities. As you said, for medical practices are required. Otherwise, if you go also, if you don't participate in terms of teaching and learning and treating the patient, we will not learn by simply observing. So for this kind of thing, we will have required mutual understanding and partnership and develop collaborative approach. At the moment, as you can see, we have tremendous experience of working. Most of our faculty, or most Indian faculty, Indian teachers must have experience of working in UK earlier, and Middle East countries, Nepal, Russia, China. For education, people are going there, and for student also, for faculty also, and for employment and visiting faculty. So Indian university presence and abroad are not, it is still to be done, but foreign universities are welcome, as the government is now taking a position to allow under the new education policy in various other branches of activities, but in medical education also we must allow foreign universities to come and help us to improve the quality of human care and thereby improve the quality of life and improve longevity. For this, ladies and gentlemen, we need to collaborate mutual accreditation, approval processes, political desire, economic and institutional desire, essential with public demand and engagement for improving medical education, research and healthcare delivery. In doing so, we also should encourage medical tourism for economic improvement. If we can do that, the rest will follow. In doing so, standard and quality control and assurance in healthcare services and its sustainability and assessment and grading of institutions are essential and that need to be done. At the University Grants Commission, we are trying to create a body, advisory body and various tools to assess the various universities, including medical, and give grading in after due process of accreditation. Programs, activities India with a new perspective for New India, the PM's popular call for response and action are required, and surely it is seen from the COVID activities we have done greatly as mentioned by the previous speakers. We need to again identify countries willing to collaborate in education and recognition and certification issues on specification of award of degrees. This is a very crucial thing because unless the degree is given by us or another country from abroad are mutually agreed upon, the employment problem will come on. Level of activities therefore has to be designed, mode of programs, monitoring, outcome results, each assessment, further recommendation and engagement, employment planning and sustainability assessment have to be done to further carry forward this kind of activities. We also need to do identification of areas of commonalities, institution, faculty quality standard accreditation, of collaborating universities, institution, promoting higher education, research and innovation for bioeconomy. Collaborative exchange program such as student visit, joint PhD, other research projects of global health perspective, teachers level action such as visiting foreign faculty on contract basis in areas of advanced studies like molecular and genomic medicine and cancer therapy. Other lifestyle conditions and inspection are essential. So friends, mobility planning, funding, sharing budget, etc. within the various neighboring countries and abroad need to be done. There is a model we have recently in other education that is called South Asian University in Delhi, which is funded by different countries within the SAARC cooperation. And this kind of experience can be further extended to medical education. Grading of our universities, institutions based on accreditation and other assessment factors like NAAC, MHRD, UGC grading, we want this to happen by 2025 for all universities as proposed by the University Grants Commission. Higher grade institution can mentor the lower grade institutions, and once the lower grade institution improve and get a higher grading, they can take a job for mentoring other institutions. Policy and programs, higher education in medical fields. In this, I'd like to mention in type 1 kind of activities, students' enrollment policy and their mobility needs to be examined and redressal should be done. Type 2 activities, scholars and scientists' mobility for enhancing scopes, education, research, collaboration between both the countries. Type 3, faculty and scientists, recruitment, exchange program, collaboration in cross-border education and research are essential, and research scholar may be selected appropriately. Type 4 activities, national level mobility for capacity building, talent hunt, preparedness for change for the future globalization. Type 5 activities, strategies for comprehensive internationalization of programs, role of our governments, institution, their accountability and sustainability, engagement and program promotion, and reaching out abroad. For example, present global pandemic has given us opportunity for collaboration and cooperation under the WHO leadership for standards of care for COVID, research, innovation for vaccines development, which have been already covered, global supply and delivery mechanism. It's an extraordinary effort for a disease so menacing and fatal for humans. This COVID-19 pandemic has united the whole world for a rapid response and solution, which we are currently trying to do. Other challenges are in this aspect is admission process in medical school because of the presence of reservation for MBBS, PGCs and faculty for jobs. These kind of activities need to be re-examined, and how we can maintain the government policies as well as include foreign students to come here to this in our institution. Ladies and gentlemen, why you need to undertake research and technology? These are, without doubt, have been covered by the previous speakers. Research is therefore a most important function in an academic institution for impacting both on academic and non-academic implications, including economic, cultural, and social advancement in society and nations across the globe. After the globalization of trade, we need to therefore produce such graduates and postgraduates which should be trained for all these cultural and social issues, so that they can be adequate and they must be competent to be globally employed. So, friends, building research culture in UG, PG, PhD scholars are very important in the institutions. Institution support system and coordination with national and global institutions are of great importance. This thing I'll skip because this was a lecture to be given to a university. These are known by the current audience and friends. International collaboration, again, cooperation and communications are essential in terms of obtaining the global perspective of the healthcare in Indian universities, Indian institutions. For this, you need to do large number of activities to promote and succeed and sustain this kind of international collaboration. As Dr. Padmanabhan has mentioned about biotechnology, I must mention here again that biotechnology department was created at All India Institute with foreign collaboration. Whole activities therefore need to be look into that to duplicate this kind of activities with others, 22 All India Institute of Medical Sciences and other institutions of eminence. Just now, I'll just mention some of the historical background, how the radiology has emerged today from a simple X-ray to newer imaging sciences, which Dr. Jagannathan will deal with. I'll not go into details, just to skip quickly these two areas, imaging and platform-based technology and the molecular medicine, DNA, RNA, and protein, gene therapy, etc., have been duly covered by Dr. Padmanabhan. They need to be looked into a broader perspective, because these are the two areas which have greatly enhanced our capability to treat various types of diseases and give quality of life and improve longevity. I'll not go to DNA, RNA level, which have been very nicely covered. So the molecular technology needs to be included in various parts of our country, and these kind of facilities must be given to all medical colleges so that this technology benefit can be given to the patients which are treated by those individual medical colleges, and students should be trained into this kind of emerging technology. In summary, I'll again mention that imaging sciences have created tremendous scope for us to treat and diagnose and treat patients, with including intervention radiology. I'll just mention how intervention radiology and cardiology has revolutionized the treatment for cardiac diseases. As you can see earlier, the CABG was very commonly done, but at the same time now, cardiologists are trained to do angiography and angioplasty, and we have the available material for stent material, and that is another area where we need to improve. The drug eluting stents are available now, and we need to work on it. We also know how ultrasonic practices in medical care have revolutionized the treatment of various diseases, right from cardiovascular diseases, using color Doppler studies to find out, also in fetal medicine, where they can see the baby well and do certain intervention today which were not possible in the past. Simulation for teaching and medical students are also required in laboratory for teaching students, and which are available in various parts of the country, and genomic medicine is another area which we need to promote in our institution. And if it is not possible, we need to collaborate with advanced institutions within the country and abroad. These are some historical studies, slides. I will not go to details. You know, most of the experts sitting here, they know how PCR technology and DNA sequencing has made tremendous scope for us to understand various disease conditions. As Dr. Padmanabhan has mentioned, the Human Genome Project and its impact in healthcare has been well known, and it is now possible for us to understand from this cell to gene to evolution and various activities within the body that we can understand, which were reported. Sir Paul Nurse, who got the Nobel Prize in 2001. Ladies and gentlemen, so it is one new discipline has come, therefore, the genomic medicine. After we know the gene patterns of human body, and we can therefore use those knowledge available to us and make a genomic kind of a medicine department, genomic component of the medical sciences, and therefore give appropriate treatment, including gene editing, as has been already mentioned. Therefore, forensic research is very important for all medical schools and medical universities, be it within the country. Within the country, you can have a collaborative activities, bigger institution nurture the other institution. As we know, various funding agencies are available for us to foster research activities with foreign universities, and therefore we must make efforts to internationalize the various aspects of medical education in our medical colleges. With the Medical Council of India, already, as I said, we have developed certain protocols. Also, we are following protocols of various foreign universities like American Academy of Diabetology, American Academy of Heart Disease, and so on and so forth. We are following the international standard of treatment in our country. Therefore, our treatment policy for our own patient have been already already available, but it needs to go to the root level, grassroots level in villages, and government is making all efforts through its various mission mode activities such as rural health mission, urban health mission, and various other mission activities. Ladies and gentlemen, therefore, there is no doubt we need to improve within our country by collaboration in education, collaboration in research, innovation, and delivery of services. And there is no doubt about it. These are the general kind of a purpose, function of universities and medical colleges, which I just mentioned here for the benefit of younger colleagues and friends. Again, at the end, I am summarizing my views and little bit of understanding, emphasize the doctors. We have to produce competent doctors, which will be who will be capable to give the international standard of patient care in terms of his symptom. Number one, relief to the pain. I mentioned as a symbolic. Pain means symptoms. And medication procedures, but all these things have to be given with a diligence and ethical practice. In our medical practice, ethics are very important. Unless it is ethically approved or the DGCA approval, nothing you can do. You can see from the recent practice that our new vaccine, 2 vaccines which are available in the country, and the government has taken emergency approval. We have to undertake research both within the country and in terms of prepare a student, in terms of undertaking research right from undergraduate to postgraduate and super specialty, to conquer the diseases and create available therapy, available surgical practice, and so on forth. You can understand as when I was introduced, he has mentioned about cochlear implant. We have implantable devices are new areas where in chronic diseases, right from ophthalmology, you can have a foldable lens for cataract disease. For deafness, we have a cochlear implantation, and hearing aids, wearable devices. These are some of the biodesign department needs to do. Then by doing all these things, we have our efforts are to have increased longevity and quality of life and live well. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much. I'll go back now. Hello.
Giving a history of how AIIMS was created by visionary government at the time, and how it has progressed with the time. And today it's a nodal institute of not the country, but the globe in various areas of research. And you have a wonderful exposition for this thing, and your thoughtful ideas about the collaborative research in various areas will help the youngster to carry on research in a collaboration way. And your 4 points that really have impressed: the relief to pain and conquering disease, wellness purpose, disease control, and home care. These are basic, these cover whole of the medical education, which everybody has to follow. Whosoever joined this profession, he has to take care of this one. I'm thankful to you for sharing your views on this one. Now we have our own very, very eminent scholar, Dr. N.R. Jagannathan, was a professor and head of the department of NMRI, MRI facility at the All India Institute of Medical Sciences, New Delhi. His research interests are in clinical and preclinical cancer research using molecular imaging methods like magnetic resonance imaging, NMR spectroscopy, metabolomics, and biophysics. He is a co-author or author of various publications and 5 edited volumes, and I am proud to say that he has contributed my coming volume on biomedical sciences, which has been accepted by Springer. It's under press now, and he was very kind to contribute a wonderful chapter to that volume. Mr. Jagannathan is a fellow of Indian Academy of Sciences, National Academy of Sciences, National Science Academy, and various other academies, and a fellow of Indian Science Congress, Fellow of International Society of Magnetic Resonance in Medicine. Professor Jagannathan was elected Vice President of the Indian National Science Academy, New Delhi. He has received the prestigious J.C. Bose National Research Fellowship of Department of Science and Technology for outstanding contribution to science in 2015. Dr. Jagannathan received the highly prestigious S.K. Mitra Birth Cemetery Gold Medal Award for significant contribution to and lifetime contribution to the development of science and technology in the country of the Indian Science Constitution in 2017 at Tirupati. He has got many, many awards and a lot of publication, well-respected scientist in the country and abroad. I know he's a wonderful human being. We often meet at the meeting of Indian Science Congregation, and I know how friendly he is and how interactive he is. He's a man at the grassroots level person. Dr. I'm sorry you're at the end, but I know you're such a real scientist, and you won't mind that I offer my apologies for delay, and I request you to please make a conversation about your this research and the.
Thank you very much, Dr. Sokti. It's a pleasure for accepting this invitation. First of all, let me also thank Professor Rajkumar, Vice Chancellor of Punjab University, Dr. J.S. Bansal, Founder President of the Punjab Academy of Sciences, Dr. Kishan Lal, who like a mentor to me, and Professor Padmanabhan, again a mentor to me, Dr. Deka, who was a director when I was a research coordinator at AIIMS Delhi, and my great friend, Professor Paul, V.K. Paul. Can I now share these slides?
Yes, sure.
I'm not getting the.
Sir, are you able to get a present now on the right side?
Yeah, I'm clicking that. Yeah.
So
and then
on that way, you select the this window, a window.
Okay, window, but I'm not seeing my slides.
So you have opened your file first?
Yeah, I've opened my files.
When you are going to click the window, you will get in window, you will have your files. This.
Yeah, when I click it, yes, now I'm able to share. Are you able to see my slides?
Yes, sir.
Now, yes. One thing, I will put it on full screen and see whether it is moving. First, let me see whether, are you able to see my second slide?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Okay, the third slide?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, what I will do is I will go to the full screen and just verify if it is moving. This is a full screen.
Yes.
Are you seeing the second slide?
No, sir.
No. Okay, then I think we don't have to go to the full screen mode. I think there is a problem. So I will operate from this thing. So you are able to see my first.
We can see.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yeah. Okay. So my talk is going to be on the whether it's an emerging or an emerged technology. I don't know because it was developed almost 50 years ago. So I'm going to talk a little bit about what I have done and how MR imaging, which was basically invented by physicists, later hijacked chemists for solving their own structure of compounds they synthesized, and then went into biology to solve the structure of macromolecules like proteins and nucleic acids. And then later in the late 1970s and early 1980s, when people started to use it in medicine, it actually revolutionized the patient care. So I'm going to give some kind of a genesis about that one. And in the final one, then I'm also going to talk a little bit what Professor Padmanabhan talked about the BIRAC programs, because we both are in the committee in which Professor Padmanabhan is a chair. And also I chair on the devices and the diagnostic area research panel. So I will give you some indications to the participants so that they can also come up with a lot of programs and put their funding to BIRAC. Now, this is my second slide. Are you able to see the second slide?
We can see.
Okay. So if you take the medical imaging evolution over a period of, say, for roughly about 30 years, so in the 1980s, the mainstream is basically based on the X-rays, which will give anatomical imaging. And then slowly the computed tomography or the CT was being developed at that stage, and the ultrasound. So basically in the 80s, the emerging was the MR, technical imaging, soft tissue visualization started developing. In 1990s, the mainstream in radiological imaging was the CT, MR, and then ultrasound anatomical imaging, and then the digital X-rays came from the analog to the digital X-rays. So these emerging technologies basically in the 1990s also gave, in addition to the anatomical details, functional imaging using MR and PET. Then at the same time, MR spectroscopy, which we normally use to solve the structure, is now being applied to human beings to understand the biochemistry and the physiology of the tissues. Then in 2000, the mainstream in radiological imaging was the functional imaging by PET, positron emission tomography, CT, and MR. So the anatomical registration of molecular imaging techniques with various molecular therapeutics were developed during the 2000s. Then later, in 2020s and 10s, the mainstream was molecular imaging coupled with molecular therapeutics and molecular diagnosis. Basically, it is an emerging image-guided gene therapy. That means now you are going to have very soon a personalized medicine. Not like the doctor giving a general medicine, it will be personalized to each individual patient. If you actually take up the medical imaging techniques, all of them which I pointed out, like X-rays, ultrasound, CTs, PET, and MR, nature has given to us. Nothing we are actually doing. We are only sort of discovering what is available in the nature. So this is the electromagnetic spectrum which everybody is aware of, because we are all sitting and standing in an environment of electromagnetic radiation where all the rays are going around us. Like for example, the X-ray mammography on the right side of my slide, which has high energy frequency waves with a high frequency and a very high shorter wavelength, where the X-rays are used. So the digital X-rays or normal X-rays and the CTs are used. So it is high energy X-rays. So if you repeatedly use it on a patient, there is a possibility that the soft tissues of the human beings can get damaged. If you come to the center of the electromagnetic radiation, where we have infrared and ultraviolet spectroscopy, then microwaves, then radio waves, which is on the left side. So the ultrasound and magnetic resonance on the left side of the electromagnetic spectrum on the slide. That means we have a low energy compared to the high energy on the right side of the X-rays. That is one of the reasons why magnetic resonance imaging is called as a non-invasive technique, because no ionization radiation is applied to the patient. So you can do the imaging of the patient without fear of any ionizing radiation going into the body. So if you take, for example, the patient management in a clinical sense, there are three arms which are very responsible. One is the diagnosis, then followed by therapy and assessment. In the diagnosis, most of the techniques that I pointed out, from nature we have received all of these things. That is the X-ray, ultrasound, CT, PET, MR, MS, and then now PET, CT, PET, MR are used for diagnosis. Of course, the ultimate aim to confirm the disease is the gold standard histology, where you take out the biopsy of the tissues and confirm it through histological sense. Once the diagnosis is complete, then you go to the therapy. It can be chemotherapy, radiotherapy, surgery followed by chemotherapy or radiotherapy, then hormonal therapy. When you do the therapy, it is also very essential for us to see whether the patient is responding to the treatment or not. What I have given at the bottom of the slide is that the response to therapy is highly variable in individuals, indicating the need for patient-tailored treatment regimes to improve the outcome. Some patients may respond to a particular regimen of treatment, some patients may not. So the assessment is very essential in a clinical environment. That is normally done by a physician through a physical assessment called a clinical assessment. Then one can use the X-rays and CTs, ultrasounds, MRI, and PET. So these are the three arms which are very important in clinical assessment. Now I'm going to talk about what role that MRI had in the clinical medicine. Because once the MRI came into picture in the late 1980s or the mid-1990s, it basically started replacing many of the existing technologies based on X-rays because it is a non-invasive technique. And what we make use of to generate an image in MR is basically the protons that are available in the tissues. If you take the body weight of a human being, 70 to 80% of our body weight basically comes from the water and the fat that is present. All of you know that water and fat contains a lot of hydrogens. In fact, many of the systems that are available in nature have hydrogens, which is almost about 100% natural abundance and has a very high relative sensitivity. So the MR imaging are all nothing but MR images from protons that are present in water and fat in human tissues. As I told you earlier, because we are using a very low energy of the electromagnetic spectrum, it is completely non-invasive. No ionizing radiation is used, so you can repeatedly do MRI scan, provided the patient pays for it, number of times. Whereas CT or X-ray, you have to use your choice. And the next slide basically shows the genesis of the development of MRI, basically. In 1952, these two gentlemen, Felix Bloch and E.M. Purcell, found out the nuclear magnetic resonance induction, basically by a physicist. It is what I said, that it was invented by physicists. Later, Isaac the chemist and Richard Ernst in 1991 got the Nobel Prize for finding out the high-resolution NMR methods, especially the Fourier transform NMR. Then 2002, Kurt Guthrie got how one can actually, using NMR, solve the structure of macromolecules, which cannot be crystallized. The beauty of NMR is that it is equally home with gases, liquids, and solids. That is one of the reasons why when X-ray crystallography fails to solve a structure, basically because of non-crystallizing a particular compound. It can be anything of biological molecules, a DNA, RNA, protein, or an enzyme. So in those circumstances where you cannot get a crystallization or crystals, then you need to resort to a technique which is equally home with all the three forms of substances, the gas, liquids, and the solid. So you now have a situation wherein you need to actually. Can you mute your mic? Somebody has.
We are doing that.
Switch off the phones. Please switch off the phones.
Dr. Krishna, please switch off your mic.
आपके द्वारा डायल किया गया नंबर अभी व्यस्त है कृपया कुछ समय पर.
Okay, so in 2002, Guthrie basically got Nobel Prize for solving the structure in liquid state. Later in 2003, we have, I think this should be 2013 if I remember, or 2007. Dr. Paul Lauterbach and Mansfield called the Nobel Prize for generating images through NMR, which is basically called as magnetic resonance imaging. So if you take the status of MRI in India, the first MRI scanner was installed in 25th November 1985 at the Institute of Nuclear Medicine and Allied Sciences at Delhi. Thereafter, in 1988, Beach Candy Hospital, and 1989, HDPJ Lucknow, and in 1992, AIMS had it. So as of 2012, we have close to about 5,000 units in India. And the beauty of MR is that you can have the whole body imaging. You can get the scan from the brain or from the heart, or you can monitor the whole spine that I have shown here, or from the abdomen. You can find out visualization of all the inner organs like liver, pancreas, etc. Or you can do it from the knee and the ankles. Not only you get soft tissue image, but you can also sort of suppress these images to find out the flowing blood, because a lot of vascular diseases can be studied with the technique called MR angiography. The beauty of MRI lies in the fact that it is equally home to generate an image in the axial view that is shown on the left side of the slide, and the right one is the coronal view, and the bottom one sagittal view, without moving any of the gantries of the MRI scanner, or neither the patient moves. Unlike in other imaging modality, like for example CT, the images are basically generated in the axial plane and then reconstructed in the other two orthogonal planes. One cannot be sure what you create from one plane has to be true in the other two planes. Not only you can get MR imaging in the three orthogonal planes that I have listed over here, you can also nowadays with the technology get up to 3 oblique planes. That means I can have a slice passing through the axial to sagittal minus 30 degrees, or axial to coronal plus 30 degrees, or coronal to axial and thing minus 27 degrees. All are possible without moving any parts of the MRI scanner or the patient. So this is what the emerging technology of MR nowadays looks like. And also you can get very, very high resolution images. If we do the imaging by 124 by 124 matrix, like what I have shown here on the right side, a slice on the left, just a 1 millimeter slice on the left bottom. I take it and then project it on the right. You can see small bodies which have been listed. Like for example, if you take number 12, which is the hypothalamus, which is very small, you can very nicely see that. That is how the emerging technology over the period has improved, which facilitated the radiologists to identify each of the smaller structures that are present in our human body and try to understand what is abnormal in them. As all of you know, cancer or any disease does not knock before it comes. So you need to have techniques where you can pick up the cancer or the tumor at an early stage. What I have shown is the characteristic features of the various brain tumors. Bottom panel shows anaplastic astrocytoma, which are common brain tumors, glioblastoma, more common, mixed glioma, metastatic brain, low grade, and all. Remember, all these images that I have shown in one plane, basically we require in 3 dimensions, in multi-slice. That means I am going to give it to the neurosurgeon, the complete volume of the tumor, because I have done multi-slice, 20 slices, 30 slices in 3 planes, and the volume and the location of the tumor, so that the neurosurgeon can really operate very nicely without making any error. And not only you have application in brain, you have the whole body application of MR. This is one typical slide of a breast cancer, which is my area of specialization. So you can see the tumor both in the right and the bottom figure on the left side of the breast tumor. You can also do the prostate, which is also my area of interest. The right top panel basically gives the normal prostate in men, and the one at the bottom on the right side, where the dotted red line shows the deceased on the prostate cancer side. And you can also now find out whether the tumor is benign or malignant, because the basic question nowadays that we have when you go to the doctor is that there is a lesion, there is a tumor, but you don't know whether it is a benign or malignant. The only way that you do is you take out a tissue. biopsy the tissue, give it to pathology, and then he will do the immunohistochemistry or routine pathology to find out whether it is a cancer or not. But nowadays we have techniques which are non-invasive. One such example is the dynamic contrast enhanced magnetic resonance imaging, which I have shown here, a typical example of a breast cancer. As you can see on the left top panel, prior to imaging, prior to giving a contrast to the patients, it is in real time we get the image. After 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes, like that. So if you put it in series and then plot the time intensity curve, you can see on the right panel, the benign tumor takes the contrast only after 2 to 3 minutes. Whereas if it is a tumor which is malignant, you see a sharp increase at a very short time, as I have shown on the left side up panel. You see the image at the 1 minute. You can see the white dot here. That is a cancer of the breast. So the cancer is there. Then when you give the paramagnetic contrast, which is generally based on gadolinium, then it takes very, very quickly because of the break in the blood-brain barrier and then washes out. So this gives an indication in a non-invasive manner whether it is a benign or a malignant tumor. Not only stop with the locating a tumor through normal imaging, you can also use MR to find out one of the very important disease process that is going on in humans, which is not receiving much attention compared to the cardiac arrest. This is the one called brain stroke, the stroke that you are familiar with. Stroke normally occurs due to two factors. One is due to lack of blood flow to the region affected, like what I have shown on the left panel in the brain, or because of the hemorrhage of the blood vessels. If we can bring the patient to a hospital where MRI is there within the window period of 3 to 4 hours, and if they do the diffusion imaging, they can actually find out which is the infarct area. The reason is that if we don't bring the patient within the window period of 3 to 4 to 6 hours, then more and more areas of the brain is going to get affected. That is one of the reasons where you see basically people say, my left side is not functioning. I cannot move. I cannot talk. I cannot swallow. So it affects the cognitive brain areas in the brain. And what I have shown on the right is basically you measure the diffusion coefficient and then join them, which is basically called as a diffusion tractography. See the bottom one on the right side. The green ones are the natural white matter fibrous axonal fibers which go in a volunteer. If you have a disease which is on the right side on the patient, you can see the disconnectivity of the green fibers over this one. So such is the powerful technology where you can actually find out how the simple diffusion techniques can give information on the disease process. Why is it MRI so powerful compared to CT in stroke and other diseases? What I've shown on the left is the CT. The patient came to AIMS, some kind of a symptom which resembles stroke, but then there is nothing there in the CT. We do the regular routine T1 and T2 weighted images, some evidence on the right side over here. Whereas if you do a diffusion weighted imaging, you can see the infarcted area. So such is the powerful nature of that. So then you can have the whole body scan. One such example is the spine and its uses. I can now have the whole spinal cord and the vertebrae on the left side that I've done, right from the cervical to dorsal to lumbar spine. You can see the disease segment very nicely. The right side panel is a VIP who came to AIMS after an accident. You can very clearly see the disc protrudes the spinal cord. So he needs to undergo immediate surgery. Other one is that, as I mentioned little earlier, not only you get the soft tissue contrast and all the morphology and anatomical details that I have shown on the left side of the panel, you can also monitor the complete brain flow from the arteries to the veins. I actually had a movie to show that, but then because there is a problem, I deleted it. You can do this in 3 dimensions, rotate it, and find out where there is a blockage or a hemorrhage is happening in the blood vessel. And this is one such example, and the technology has improved to such an extent. Even a small vessel which are shown at the bottom can easily be recognized through MR angiography. And the recent techniques that you can also have, lot of news items in Times of India, Hindustan Times, Statesman, Hindu, everywhere you get it is that why people carve for sweets, why ladies go for shopping. So many papers, research papers have come out. And that is all possible because of the one recent advances which happened about 1.5 decades ago. It's monitoring the brain functions through MRI. It is basically called as functional MRI. Functional MRI, as of today, mainly concentrates or being attributed to brain functions. It is not true. Anything on functional aspect, like for example, I showed you a slide wherein I can find out whether it is a benign tumor or a malignant tumor. That is also a function. That is a function of time. And in fact, the functional aspect that I studied is the diffusion of the water molecules in the tissues. So that is also a function. So this functional MRI is basically used in loose connotations in many places. But then basically, if you monitor any functions, it can be cognitive function or it can be function like perfusion and diffusion. They are all functions. So you can now use functional MRI techniques to find out the areas responsible for auditory activation, language activation, motor activation, visual activation. In fact, nowadays, in the last 1 decade, there are more than about 30 to 40,000 research papers that has come out in functional MRI. Initially, we thought that functional MRI is going to cover and solve the problems of human beings. But in fact, it has produced more questions to be answered rather than solving it. But that is what all is about science, to trying to understand the human and the human diseases. You can also study the effect of drugs through functional MRI. Here is a case on the left panel, bottom you can see a patient suffering from Parkinson's disease. You know that Parkinson's disease patients have uncontrollable tremors of hands or legs, okay, especially hands. You can see the dark red dots on the left side. More areas are activated than that need to be activated. So once you give the drug L-DOPA, you can find out that the patient has responded. You can have only the area which is responsible from the hand movement is shown over here. So such is the powerful nature in which one can actually use functional MRI to try that. Nowadays, you also have examples wherein, like in US, this is being used to find out whether the criminal is telling the truth or not. But still it is not approved by FDA, but then there are private agencies who do that. On the left side, you can find out the prefrontal cortex, upper portion of the brain, which is highlighted, does not show anything. It's a non-layer. And if you go to the layer on the right side panel, you can see so many red dots, which are responsible because the person is lying. I will give you an example. Very easy. If you ask me what is my age, I will say 67. You ask a lady, what's your age? She will think before telling what is that. Maybe 18, 16, 20, maybe 50. So that interleaving seconds is responsible for highlighting all this. So you can actually find out layer versus non-layer. So very useful information. Now, because of lack of time, I don't want to go into the details. We all know that MRI parent is nuclear magnetic resonance. In fact, when MRI started into clinical medicine, initially it was called as NMRI, nuclear magnetic resonance imaging. But the word of nuclear always has some kind of a wrong connotation to nuclear atom bombs. So the forefathers who invented this technique of MRI thought that it would be prudent for us to use MRI instead of NMRI. So that is why now MRI is a buzzword. You go to the shop or to the road, you come across 100 people, at least 50 people will know what is MRI. They will say MRI scan, but then they know it. So until now, I gave the information about the structural information that MRI can give, which is a soft tissue contrast compared to the X-ray and the CT. And I told you that it has a multiplanar imaging capability, which other techniques won't have as of now, but things may change over a period of time. And it can give functional MRI information, like functional MRI to find out the brain functions, angiography perfusion diffusion. The beauty of this technique is that this is the only technique as of today. Why I'm stressing as of today is that tomorrow things may change. People should not say Dr. Jagannathan told today it is the only technique. No, things may change over a period of time. You can subject the patient to a technique called MR spectroscopy, which we all used to know. What I have shown on the right is a brain tumor. The white portion at the middle is a tumor. And I can put a small element of volume there, a square there, and get a spectrum that we are familiar in getting a normal chemist or a biologist NMR spectrum. This is how the spectrum will look like from the tumor. Then you can shift the region of interest, the voxel, we call it as a volume element, to the normal portion of the tumor, which is on the left of the brain, and then the lower portion, which is a normal habitat. 3 peaks are there, N-acetyl aspartate, creatine, and choline. You can see the difference between the normal brain tissue and the abnormal tissue. That means now I am using this technique of MR spectroscopy in conjunction with MR imaging to get the metabolic information. That means I am getting the biochemical distribution of the tissues present from the voxel, which will give me the complete physiology and the metabolism. I can use it to study the efficacy of the drugs, study the pharmacokinetics, and also monitor the treatment. So very useful technique. MR in general gives not only the structural information, but also the biochemical information, which is unique, which is not present in other techniques. Not only that, I can use the MR imaging and the spectroscopy to identify the tumor site and do the biopsy in real time. What I have shown is a prostate cancer. The blue voxel on the right side is a suspicious area of cancer. So what I do is that I get the coordinates on the left side. I measure the distance as 3.26 from the apex of that prostate, and then also give the x coordinate from the midline of the prostate. And then the student or my resident doctors goes to the urology department. They have a biplanar ultrasound imaging. They do the biopsy, take out the tissues from the blue square that I've shown on the right side top corner of the image. However, we sure that we hit upon the cancer that is found out by MR. So what we do is that we subject some of these patients to validate clinically again MR procedures immediately after the biopsy, and then get the spectrum, and the spectrum on the right side bottom clearly shows that choline peak at 3.2 is dominant, whereas citrate, which is normally is seen in the normal prostate, is it's not seen. This indicates that the biopsy is indeed taken from the MR image which showed abnormality. So this will reduce the patient the number of biopsy codes that they have to understand and undergo. So this is a very, very big improvement over the period of time. And you can use both MRI and MRS for assessment of tumor response. What I have shown here is a simple sequence that I earlier pointed out to find out the brainstorm, the diffusion weighted imaging. The top panel actually from the responder. The black area on the base of the top corner is a tumor size prior to therapy. You see in the B1 after first NAAC, that is neoadjuvant chemotherapy, the tumor is reduced to small size, and after third cycle, they see on the right top corner complete disappearance of the tumor. Whereas in the non-responder, you can see the black area persist even before therapy and after third cycle. So in 1 minute, I can find out whether the patient has responded to treatment or not. So this gives the physician, if the patient has not responded, they can change the treatment regimen, which is very, very useful in patient management. This is again another example from prostate cancer. Who have undergone brachytherapy. This is the image on the left side is prior to therapy. See the bottom one, the red portion is prior to therapy. After 53 cycles, you see the red portion reduced. After 109 weeks, you see the red portion further reduced. This was borrowed from my friend from UCSF. Nowadays, we can also have in-bore biopsy. In fact, before I left the AIMS, I established this procedure of MR-guided prostate biopsy procedure. So this is how the biopsy unit looks like, and we put the patient, and then through the image, we get the tissues out and then check it. And the latest emerging technology in MRI is the intraoperative MRI. That means the patient undergoes surgery where MRI is also located. In fact, the surgery is performed in an intraoperative MRI. So before the surgery, the patient is put into that, get an image. You can see the white on the right side up panel, the tumor, and then the surgeon operates. Then before closing the skull, they actually get the MRI again. And you can see in the left bottom corner, the white portions after the black one inside the center, there are some residual tumors. So now what they do is, they again resect the tumors and then finally take one more image and they found out. So it saves the patient of undergoing surgery a number of times if there is any residual tumor is left. So nowadays up to 3 Tesla it is available, and the total cost is roughly about 50 to 70 crores. And we have facilities not only in AIIMS and IMANS, there are a couple of other hospitals in India who have this facility. So a technique which was developed basically by a physicist, hijacked later by chemists and biologists, and then went into the realm of medicine. You can see how the emerging concept of one technique revolutionized the clinical medicine. Now, again, techniques are improving day by day. I showed a simple spectrum of brain with an acetyl aspartate, and I'll see the left bottom corner. Nowadays, we have 7 Tesla MRI scanner, which has been approved by FDA. Now we have 1.5 and 3 Tesla that I have shown on the left, whereas now 7 Tesla. You can see the rich contribution of the biochemicals from the brain tissues. It is almost like a spectrum that you get from tissues in an in vitro. On the right panel, you can see how clearly one can get even from 100 microns. So the technology has improved over a period of time to give the radiologists the whole of identifying small structures and to find out early the disease process. So here is a technique which revolutionized the clinical radiology and clinical medicine. In one go, you can get the complete imaging from top to bottom. Get morphology, get also physiology, metabolism through MR spectroscopy. That means one can actually study the molecules to humans. That is the beauty of MRI. What I have shown on the left is the NMR spectrometer that we use to get the structure of macromolecules or any organic compound. One at the center is where all the animal preclinical models are. And whatever I have talked to you today about the application in human being basically stems from the fact that we do all these initially with the preclinical model of animals, then the final to the human beings, which is on the right panel. Now, I will also give you some indications. One of the important advantage of webinar is that as and when Professor Badmanabhan gave a talk and also mentioned my name, that I may cover a little bit of that, I prepared the slide. This is that advantage of giving a seminar, because at the background I can work. So we also sit in the committees on devices. I chair the committee on devices and diagnostics. There are various programs of the BIRAC funding high-risk innovation. There are so many acronyms like BIP, CIP, PACE, etc. You go to the website and find out what are they and what is applicable to you. Then enabling the ecosystem. BIRAC has bioincubators, regional centers, partnership. Then promoting affordable products. So many products have actually come out. Professor Badmanabhan actually gave a brief introduction to it. Like, for example, what is a big scheme? The purpose of big scheme is to foster generation of ideas with commercialization potential, and also to upscale and validate proof of concept. Encourage researchers to take technology closer to market. And the initial funding that we give is up to 50 lakhs. Once you establish the proof of concept, do validation, the money is not a limiting factor. Then we have BIP, Biotechnology Industry Partnership Program, which was launched in December 2008. We invite proposal under 7 broad categories like drug, including vaccine and clinical trials, biosimilar stem cells, devices and diagnostics, where I chair the sessions. agriculture, industrial biotechnology, and all. So the opportunities are more and more coming from biotechnology. The other program is the BIPP. It has 5 categories. One is the major social relevance, but uncertain market-driven demand. We can still fund it. Then high-risk discovery and innovation research. Then the third category is evaluation and validation of the existing product, like clinical trials, similar in agricultural trials. Then shared cost and major facilities are there. Normally, the call for these proposals come in the right side panel of the slide. I have given 15th February to March 31st. So it is a right time that if anybody wants to apply, can do it. And in June, July, and in October, November. Then we have also programs promoting academic research conversion to enterprise, because we are all basically from universities and institutes. We don't know how to basically take the proof of concept to the prototype into marketing. So we have, for example, 2 programs under the K scheme. One is the academic innovation research, the other one is contract research scheme. In academic research, all the universities and institute teachers and put it to develop a proof of concept. And then later you join with an industry, and then you can have a contract research schemes. That is also possible. And other initiatives are, we have a national biopharma mission, wherein we have also funded all these programs, vaccines, devices, and diagnostic simulators and everything. And the other one, impact that BIRAC has done. This slide was shown also by Professor Padmanabhan. We have close to 100,000 plus beneficiaries, 50 incubators, bio-incubators supported, 4 regional centers. And then we have funded under BIRAC close to about 1,000 crores. Industry commitment was almost close to 1,000 crores. 209 academic institutes participated, and 150 partnered funding raised by the startup. So the enormous amount of success of BIRAC is now well exemplified, and everybody appreciate and trying to have basically the BIRAC tag into it. And now we also have incubation. There are about 52 incubators supported by BIRAC, close to about 3,141 crore of investment. So much area developed in different institutes and private institutes. The idea is that anybody wants to use it and use it by paying a nominal charge to them. And there are so many partners and so many incubators located at the bottom right side that I have shown over here. So I don't want to stand between you and the lunch. Before I complete, I would like to actually thank my collaborators, because most of the slides are from our own research done in AIIMS. I have close to about 40 collaborators in AIIMS and a lot of my students. And most of the funding were from Department of Science and Technology and ICMR. And thank you very much for your patience. And sorry to hold you up and lunch. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Daksha. You are really following Dr. Deka's directives that collaboration has to be done. So you have 40 collaborators. You have wonderfully told us right from simple imaging to MRI to MS, and the various functions it can play, and even the blood flow can be done, and drug monitoring, everything you are told very, very illustratively and very clear to people like us who don't know much about this technology. And also, one thing very important you're told, it's going to be a part of forensics now, the liars and non-liars. It has, because once the police will listen to it, or intelligence agency listen, and they will just approach you. Probably they might have approached you, because this slide was very clear. And you got given all the applications, the biopsy, directed biopsy, everything. It's a wonderful lecture you have given, and it has inspired all. I'm sure it has inspired all. And also you have told about the opportunities in BIRAC and BioNest, all those things. Many of the students do not know, and especially in the colleges, because there are certain colleges, they are pursuing a very good research. For example, this host college, SD College, is doing a wonderful work, and they are a college with potential for excellence in biotechnology. You'll surprise. This college is a potential actually biotechnology. And that show because the most of the faculty is sitting here and they must have got inspired. I know that all the lectures had been a good feast, academic feast, and entertaining in the way that you presented these things. Every speaker presented in such a way that even a layman could understand what they're talking. And then I know that it started with Dr. Bansal's into Punjab Academy of Sciences. Then Dr. Krishan Lalji gave inspirational. He in fact, sparked the lamp, and then from there the things came up and ended up with you. Rather now it is light has come to in a LED fashion to all the youngsters that in what way to go. It's not only about, it's a, what we can say, all the technologies have met together in the form through what we call the internet, whether it's a light, whether it's a radio, television, everything has combined to form a new science, and new technologies which has come up, and all Dr. Padmanabhan has told, Dr. Vinod Paulji has told, and Dr. Deka has told, and you have told, but it started with Dr. Krishan Lalji, and the way Dr. Vinod Paul presented the work done by the Niti Udyog, as well as his own work, has inspired everybody. Sir, I'm really thankful to you. And now let me have remarks from the President of Academy, Dr. Amrik Singh Aluwalia, who is a Pro Vice Chancellor of Baru Sahib University in Solan. Amrik.
Good afternoon, sir. Thank you very much, Professor Sopti. Professor Rajkumar ji, Vice Chancellor Punjab University, Professor Sopti, former Vice Chancellor Punjab University and Ambedkar University, Central University, Lucknow, Professor Bansal, Founder President of Academy, eminent speakers, like we have very talented senior speakers like Professor Krishan Lal ji, Professor Padmanabhan ji, Professor Deka ji, Professor Vinod Paul ji, and Professor Jagannathan ji. I think all are excellent, having excellent positions in academic and medical fields. Then the members of the organizing committee, the chairman of biotechnology department and his colleagues, management committee of ST College with their president Shri Sharma ji and his colleagues, members of the Punjab University, Punjab Academy of Sciences, participant ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon to you all. I think every year for the last about 25 years, Punjab Academy of Sciences have been organizing its annual conference on February 7 to 9. So this year, due to changed circumstances, one of our eminent fellows and lifetime achievement awardee, Professor Sopti, took it as a responsibility to continue the tradition on the 7th of February to organize this 25th meeting of Punjab Academy of Sciences in a row. And it's Professor Sopti who has been in the scene to organize this big event and invite very, very eminent pearls from the academic field to make really a big, good garland for all of the students and others. And I think the kind of lectures which every participant and others have listened to, they were really masterpieces in their own fields, and all recent things which ever are involved in the medical field related to COVID and overall medical care, starting with digital medical history and so on, whatever the advances have been made, they have been told and they have been very well explained in a very simple language, along with the help of PPTs by all the different speakers. For that, I think on my behalf and on behalf of Punjab Academy of Sciences, I must thank all these speakers who took part, and really they have very busy schedules. Even then they took out time for us and they share their current knowledge with all of us. I'm also extending a vote of thanks for Professor Sopti, our very dear fellow and lifetime achievement awardee from our academy, and a very inspiring guide for all of us, who really took this responsibility along with Professor Bansal and management of SD College, Professor Damiwal as Secretary of the Academy, and Dr. Kashmir Singh along with his colleagues. I am also thankful to all the members of the organizing committee as also the executive of the Punjab Academy of Sciences for a wonderful, organization of this webinar. Thanks are also due to Director Computer Center for Dr. Sukhwinder Singh for really providing this facility of connecting each of us. So the gratitude to all the members of Executive Council, Punjab Academy Sciences for their cooperation throughout my tenure as President of the Academy. And let us give a big hand and applause to all the speakers, research scholars, technical manpower, participants and students and the organizers. And special thanks to Professor Sopti for organizing the event. So I must thank all whoever are involved, and I might not have or failed to mention their name. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you, Amrik Singh. Thank you very much. Thank you, Dr. Krishnalal ji. Thank you.
मैं 1 मिनट लूंगा आपका.
एक सेकंड, डॉक्टर डेका जी, डॉक्टर जगन्नाथन जी, डॉक्टर उपकार किशन जी, डॉक्टर बांसल जी, Amrik yourself, and moreover, the real thanks to Dr. Sanjeev Puri, who had been at my back for everything and who arranged this thing, to having Dr. Padmanathan ji and you all was a privilege for me, and to see you face to face after a long time, it was really, I can say, it's a feast. It's a feast, and it's only because of Dr. Krishnalal ji. Let me tell you very frankly. I talked to him and he arranged everybody.
एक मिनट बोलो.
हाँ जी.
I want to say something about Professor Sopti.
Oh my God.
I can tell you 2-3 times he has a method to rope you in. I remind him when he was the chairman of Indian Science Congress in Jammu, and right when we were planning, he gave me one duty, so to say. इन्होंने कहा, डॉक्टर साहब मुझे एक नोबेल प्राइज विनर चाहिए जो ओपनिंग में होगा. याद है?
बिल्कुल याद है जी.
अच्छा, मैंने कहा अच्छा कर दूंगा. फिर ये जब, and we had a very good session because we had not one but we had 2 people who were Nobel Prize winner there.
Yeah.
And then when he was the vice chancellor at Lucknow, फिर इन्होंने कहा कि नहीं डॉक्टर साहब वहाँ चीफ मिनिस्टर ने आना है और आपको ये करना है. तो ये मुझे कोई ना कोई ड्यूटी पकड़ा देते हैं, और इस बार इन्होंने कहा कि नहीं मजा नहीं आ रहा है, आप जो है कुछ एक टीम बनाओ इसकी. मैंने कहा 3-4 दिन दो, मैं फिर उसको करूँगा. तो ये इट इज़ ए ग्रेट असेट फॉर ऑल ऑफ अस. प्रोफेसर सोपती जो भी ये काम करते हैं इतनी लगन से करते हैं, और जो मैं सबसे चीज़ एडमायर करता हूँ, ही ट्राइज टू टेक टू द हाईएस्ट लेवल, और ये इनकी खास बात है. आई विश हिम ऑल सक्सेस इन फ्यूचर ऑल्सो, and let him keep on doing such things again and again. Thank you very much, and it was a great pleasure for me having Professor Deka, Jagannathan, and all of them, because they are known to me for a very, very long time and very close association. And Jagannathan, I remember इनका जब इन समय फेलोशिप होना था, कुछ लोगों को बड़े confusion थे, but he was such a outstanding person.
Very outstanding.
You had to do it.
Really?
He got elected as a fellow during my time as president. And
मैं भी तो आपके टाइम पे हुआ था.
हाँ, मैं अब चुप रहता हूँ, ज्यादा नहीं बोलता हूँ. मैं सिर्फ ये कहना चाहता हूँ, पंजाब एग्रीकल्चर, पंजाब की जो एकेडमी है उसको भी बहुत मैं धन्यवाद देता हूँ. और फिनिश करने से पहले एक चीज़ बताता हूँ. एज ए 6-year-old child, I was with a refugee family which migrated from what was that time other side of the border. to this side. But at that time, in all the time in the refugee camp for a short time, one sentence I never forgot. And this was about Guru Tegh Bahadur Ji. So everybody recited, Guru Tegh Bahadur बोलिया सारे हिंदी चादर बोलिया धरत छोड़िए पर धर्म न छोड़िए. सब ने कहा कि हम छोड़ देंगे, धरत छोड़िए पर धर्म न छोड़िए. And everybody followed that. Thank you very much.
Thanks to Dr. Navneet Batra sir, who arranged everything for us. He's from Head of Biotechnology of the ST College. Thank you, Navneet. Thank you all your. Thank you, Daksar. Thank you all. I think we meet again sometime. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Daksar. चलो